Hello, everybody. I very warmly welcome you to this conference of our Contemplative Sciences Network. It is hosted by the EBU. The European Buddhist Union is the international umbrella association of Buddhist organizations and national Buddhist unions in Europe. And we represent about 5 million Buddhists in Europe. One of the things we do is that we create networks and projects, and our main mission and goal is to bring Buddhist principles into European society, of course, to benefit people and for the welfare of all beings. One of the principles, very fundamental principles of Buddhism is today's topic, is non-dual awareness. Of course, non-dual awareness is most of all an experience. It's not a theory. It's something that you experience when basically you let go of your image and delusional concept of a self, and then everything becomes one. This is very revolutionary if it happens, and is the basis of a lot of meditation techniques within Buddhism across all Buddhist traditions. And one of the things, of course, we do today in this conference is that we bring together scientists and Buddhist teachers and masters from different Buddhist lineages and traditions to explain exactly this. I'm very much looking forward to it, to participate in this conference as an audience and listen to the very, very deep insights of all the people who will speak today. And of course, there will be, like the last time, an opportunity for all of you or us to also ask questions to the speakers. It's a very valuable opportunity. And I'm very happy that we can have this conference today. This network is one of the most alive and active and dynamic networks we have. And it's also very important to merge the insights from science and Buddhism in today's world. So again, I warmly welcome you. I thank all of the speakers for taking their time and energy and effort to be here today and share their wisdom and insights with us. And I hand over to Lama Lhündroup, who will be the moderator of today's session. And he will introduce to you the program and the main points and also the first speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you very much for opening the conference. As president of the European Buddhist Union, well, European Buddhist Union is a very important institution because it represents 50 Buddhist organizations from 16 different countries, and offer a large panel of original Asian Buddhist schools present in Europe. So thank you for your work for this EBU. And we also today express our deep gratitude to the speakers who kindly accept to share their knowledge and experience today. So thank you very much to be present. And we also thank all the people who work for the development of EBU. Because of their work, so we can organize this contemplative science network, the CSN. We had the first inaugural conference of the CSN last November on a general theme, which was effect and impacts of meditation on human minds and body. The replay is on EBU website. And today we have this theme that you mentioned, Ron, non-dual awareness, open presence, the heart of mindfulness. So before going into the subject, just a few words on the CSN, the Contemplative Science Network. It was set up in the context of EBU AGM in 2022. And it's aimed at sharing mindfulness and contemplative science issue in its recent meeting with Western science. And EBU gathering Buddhist teachers and practitioners in Europe, it seems that its contribution to mindfulness and contemplative science issue is a must. So briefly, the Contemplative Science Network vision says that to face the great challenge of the 21st century, we need to the emergence of a universal humanism in a spirit of unity and diversity. We believe that the mutual encounter of Western science and humanism with Buddhist knowledge of the mind and its contemplative practices and ethics is an important contribution to the future of Europe as a leading place of peace and harmony in the world. So the CSN mission is not to build a new institution and not to compete with existing organizations. At the contrary, it aims to participate in catalyzing and amplify what already exists. And the purpose of CSN is to contribute to the cooperation between different organizations, academic institutions, researchers, teachers, and practitioners to facilitate the recognition of the positive transformative effects of contemplative science and practices. So thank you again very much to the speakers who are present today with us and for their warm support to the EBU CSN. So, and I just make a short presentation of our guests. So we have Doni Rinpoche, who is a Drupan Vajracharya, yogic practice master, and a direct spiritual hire of the late Kalu Ranjung Kunkyab, Kalu Rinpoche. He has guided 8 3-year retreats training lamas, and the 9th retreat is going on presently. He's the superior of the Rimé congregation, recognized by the French government in 1994. And he recently created the Buddha University, which is online and also in presential university. And so thank you, Rinpoche, to be present and to participate and support the CSN activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
And we're happy also to present Venerable Dario Doshin Girolami, who is a Soto Zen priest and a Dharma teacher in the lineage of Shunryu Suzuki Roshi. He founded the Arco Zen Center in Rome. And he is also founder of the CMC, Consciousness, Mindfulness, Compassion International Association. And also we are very happy to receive Professor Henk Barendregt, who is an emeritus professor of the foundations of mathematics and computer science at Radboud University, Nijmegen, Netherlands. He is also today representing the Theravada tradition. He has been teaching Vipassana since 2001. Inspired by Vipassana meditation, Henk joins and works with Professor Antonino Raffone at Sapienza University, designing computational models of the mind, including mindfulness. And then I let the floor to Antonino, Professor Antonino Raffone, to present our scientists, researchers.
Please, Lama Lhündroup, I think you can just present them yourself since you have access in the flow. So I thought we would have done this separately. So please feel free to introduce all the speakers. Thank you. Okay. I will say maybe a few words. Thanks.
Okay. So thank you, Doni Rinpoche. Thank you, Dario, Venerable Dario, Doshin, Girolami. Thank you, Professor Henk Barendregt. And also, we are very happy to present Dr. Elena Antonova, who is a senior lecturer in psychology at Brunel University in London. Elena's research focuses on the effect of long-term mindfulness practice. She's actively involved in the Mind and Life Institute and mainly studying and practicing Dzogchen approach. Thank you, Elena, to be present and for your help in the Contemplative Science Network, very precious help. And and we will receive also, we are very happy to meet again with Dr. Antoine Lutz, who is currently a director of research at the French Medical Research Institute, the INSERM, in the Lyon Neuroscience Research Center. His current research group focuses on the neurophenomenology of mindfulness. He also is involved in the Mind and Life Institute and a dedicated Dharma practitioner. Thank you, Antoine, to be here. And present you also, Professor Antonino Raffone, who is also at the initiative of the Contemplative Science Network. Thank you to be present and for your help, Antonino. Professor Antonino Raffone is professor at the Department of Psychology of Sapienza University in Roma and visiting professor at an advisory faculty at Nalanda University in India. He's president of Consciousness, Mindfulness, Compassion, CMC International Association, and he's a dedicated Soto Zen practitioner involved with the Mind and Life Institute. So before letting the floor to Antonino and then to start our conference, let me share an excerpt from the late Francisco Varela, who and an excerpt that is in his seminal book Embodied Mind. So, and it's also the excerpt of the Contemplative Science Networks. So Francisco wrote, "We maintain that the rediscovery of Asian philosophies, and in particular the Buddhist tradition, is a second renaissance in the cultural history of the West, and that its impact will be as important as that of the rediscovery of Greek thoughts during the European Renaissance." So that set the floor a little bit. And then today we will discuss non-dual awareness, open presence, the heart of mindfulness, exploring fundamental questions such as, what is openness? What is awareness? What is non-duality? What is the relation between openness and compassion? What is meta-awareness? What is open monitoring? What is reification and de-reification? What is the ego, self, and the non-ego, non-self? What is it? And what is self-inquiry? Such question will be discussed during this afternoon. So please have a good day. I hope you have a good day, and this conference will be auspicious for everybody spiritual path and interconnection. And I'll let the floor to Antonino for a few words, then Professor Henk Barendregt will start the conference.
Thank you so much, Lama Lhündroup. And first of all, I would like to thank President Ron Eichhorn for this really visionary, this great vision to encourage, to stimulate, to inspire this, I think, wonderful development of the Contemplative Science Network within the EBU. And really, so many thanks to Lama Lhündroup for his generosity of work, dedication, vision, capacity really to keep together in the network, the initiative. So very grateful to him as well. And also others that have contributed to the actually foundations, including Venerable Dario Doshin Girolami, Lama Denis Rinpoche, and Filippo Scianna, among others. Really, I think this is a beautiful development and has been involved over quite a few years in this dialogue, this wonderful dialogue between contemplatives and science philosophers. Really, I think this initiative has remarkable features to be really with this potential to really collaborate and with other relevant organizations. Mind and Life Institute has been already duly mentioned And we really should mention Mind and Life Europe. In Europe also because we have Dr. Elena Antonova, Dr. Antoine Lutz, and myself who are involved in this remarkable association with the beautiful developments in Europe, but in the world in general. So really impacting society. And I know that Professor Gabor Karsai and Dr. Amy Cohen Varela, among others in the board, are really sympathetic to have opportunities of collaboration also with the Contemplative Science Network, among other really remarkable international organizations. So it's really delighted to see this flourishing at this other event. This is a second online event after another very interesting one that is taking place in November. So really, I will leave the floor to Professor Henk Barendregt or Lama Lhündroup as a moderator to introduce him. Many thanks.
I'm very pleased to speak to you, the audience, together with this illustrious group of speakers. Let me share the slides that I have for you. So, Lama Lhündroup already mentioned several topics that will be touched upon today, and I will go into peacefully realizing a switch between reification and self and de-reification and non-self. And in this talk, I will give first the Dhamma message, which will last about 20 minutes, and then 5 minutes each have some suggestions for the interaction between contemplatives and scientists, and about meditation research. So let's start with the Dhamma message, the goal and the path. So the goal is seen from the practitioner, and it may shift emphasis, or even it may shift direction. Buddha, when he started his path of searching through meditation, he wanted to settle the fear of death. He did this, but later he found a much greater goal, namely freedom, and namely freedom from the vicious circles of suffering. And in this way, he became immune for several forms of these vicious circles. So these are the goals of the path that are being refined along the practice. And what is the path? How does one reach those goals? Well, by training the triple connected skills: discipline, concentration, and insight. And here, discipline is twofold. It is diligence. I also call it sometimes craftsmanship discipline. And it is ethical discipline, which consists of respectful and kind behavior. Maybe 50 years ago in schools, they spoke about your behavior, and then you had separate marks for diligence and for ethical behavior. So the path is actually relatively simple. For concentration, there is the basic exercise 1. How is it? One starts sitting in relaxation, and then one invites attention to rest on a meditation object. And this meditation object could be the breath, or more carefully, the sensing of the belly movements while breathing. But it could also be a mind state like loving kindness. Or it could be awareness itself. Now, when you practice, it is recommended that you do not switch during one session, and maybe even not during a retreat, too often from among the objects, but that you have one of them that you choose and fix for some while. Now, when you start doing this, you will notice that it is impossible to remain with the meditation object. And actually, this is interesting. You're invited to notice when you're distracted and then return kindly to the meditation object. So this is not a sign that you cannot do meditation if you're distracted, but it is an opportunity to practice your discipline, your concentration, and your mindfulness by returning all the time when you're distracted. And by practicing this for some days in a retreat full time, then at one point one can go over to basic exercise 2, which is almost the same. Sit in relaxation, invite attention to rest on the meditation object, like the breath. And then again, you will be distracted, hopefully less distracted than when you started with basic exercise 1. But this time, you also observe to the so-called visitor that thing or those things that distract you. And you observe them for a few moments, so you switch attention from the breath to the distractor, and then you return kindly to the meditation object. If you do meditation on breath, a milestone is to be able to breathe autonomously while you observe this. Often when we observe our breath that goes by itself, we will automatically control it. But the art is to breathe autonomously and still observe this. And when we have done more and more observations, we can at one point observe the so-called dependent origination. And inspired by the Abhidhamma teacher U Nyandamala Vivamsa in Myanmar, here you see a simplification of dependent origination. This is something we do all our life along. We have an action, and because of the action, there are resultants. Certain things happen. Even if I turn my head this way, then there are different objects to be seen. That's a resultant. So the more if you interact with people or with things, there will be other resultants. Then the resultants are observed and they give you a mind state. And the mind state determines again what actions you do. So we are in this eternal circle. We could add one detail, namely cognition. That is your thinking. And they influence very much in what state you come, because you see something and you think, oh, that is a pleasant thing. Or you think, that's an unpleasant thing. So your thinking influences this mind state and also your actions. What's interesting of the dependent origination is that it happens in a near deterministic way. And near deterministic means that there is also some kind of probability in it. Now, when we look better at the circle of dependent origination, we can distinguish that, let's start with the resultants. So let's start here to the right. I don't know if you can see my pointer, but I start with resultants. And some resultants are pleasant and others are unpleasant. And we say that if we have a wholesome action, then the chance to obtain in the future pleasant resultants is increased. Unwholesome actions increase the chance in the future that there are unpleasant resultants. So wholesome is not the same as pleasant. No, wholesome is pleasant on the long term. It's durable pleasure and not pleasure for the moment. That's a very important difference. Now, usually when we have a pleasant result, we want more of this pleasant result. And then we go towards the mind state and we get into the mind state of desire, which is unwholesome. Why is desire unwholesome? Well, we cannot always get what we want. And then when we do not get it, we either suffer or we make actions to try to get it, which can be also unwholesome. Unfortunately, also when there is an unpleasant resultant, we get a corresponding mind state, usually, namely the mind state of aversion. And those two unwholesome mind states, reinforced by cognition, will usually lead to unwholesome actions. If it's desire, we try to get. If it's aversion, we try to push it away. And here you see that it is easy to fall in the vicious circle of suffering, because even if you started out with an wholesome action, then the pleasant resultant resulting in desire may make you want to get more, and then you switch to the suffering vicious circle. And the main message of the Buddha Dhamma is that this circle can be purified. Namely, whether the resultant is pleasant or unpleasant, we can apply mindfulness and we accept what comes to us, and then we come into an equanimous state of mind, which is wholesome. This can be reinforced with cognition, by cognition. And then if this is really wholesome, we are here with an action that's wholesome and gives us a bigger chance of receiving a pleasant resultant. However, our mindfulness sometimes fails, and we are not here in equanimity, but we are here maybe with desire or aversion. Then we have a second chance to purify, namely with our sila. Sila means discipline, ethics. And then we make a commitment that even if we want to do something, push or pull, we don't do it. And then the action is again wholesome. And by going through this circle of purification, there will be less and less unwholesome states and less unwholesome actions. Now, by increasing this mindfulness, because that was one of the tools next to discipline, ethical discipline, by increasing mindfulness, we see a reality in a different way. The point of reality is that it is seen in a personal way, namely according to your expectations, your desires, and your aversions. Magicians make use of that you expect to see something here, then you look there, and in the meantime, the magician takes a rabbit from his pocket and there is suddenly a rabbit. But anyway, there are many different realities for each person, his or her own one. And therefore, one could speak about a virtual reality. And this virtual reality is built up from all the pixels of, let's say, visual input, and we make a total pattern out of them. And we call this reification. When we see the dependent origination, we do the opposite. We look to all the details, to all the visitors that come and disturb us, and then we basically deconstruct the reification, and this happens to be a de-reification. The building of the pixels is deconstructed. Now, if you do that with the notion of self, the self is a construction, a pattern of several components working together. If you do it with the self, the deconstruction, then you get the de-reification of self, and that's called the depersonalization. If you do it with the image of the world that we have, when we de-reify this, you get into a derealization. And the point of the Buddha Dhamma is that we have to accept both the self and the world as a virtual reality. And then there is no more suffering. In the beginning, we may see the self and the world as different. Then we are into duality. Then we get a better view, namely that the self and the world are equal. In that sense, you have deconstructed the self. Then you're in a state of non-duality, at least in the way I use this concept. By dependent origination, you can see that actually both are empty. That's the absolute view. Empty of self, empty of meaning. One could say, well, at this point, the Buddha Dhamma is a kind of nihilism. No, this is not the case, because if we accept the world and the self as being empty, if we accept that, then we are no longer in nihilism, because the way to accept this is through objectless awareness that is always there, is not changing from beginningless time forever. Now let me explain a bit better what de-reification is. If we look in a kaleidoscope, we see beautiful symmetrical figures similar to snowflakes, and here is one such an image of a kaleidoscope. And if you say, this little triangle in the middle, I like that very much, with blue corners, etc., etc. But then the kaleidoscope turns, and then it is gone. When you see very clearly dependent origination, the image of the world and of ourselves that we have is changing all the time. This is the sign of non-permanence. But then, if you study the kaleidoscope better, and if you open it, then you see that there are not at all snowflake-like figures in the kaleidoscope. There are just 3 mirrors, and the 3 mirrors make this 6-fold symmetry that we see here to the left. And actually there are only a few little stones, little pebbles or beads that make this beautiful image. In some sense, the beautiful image exists. We see it here. But in another sense, it doesn't exist. It doesn't have substantiality because they are created by causes and conditions, and in this case of the kaleidoscope, by the colored stones and the mirror. And when we want to get peace with the fact that it is possible that we fall into a depersonalization and a derealization, we need to fully understand this mechanism of the kaleidoscope, but then the kaleidoscope in our mind and in our heart. In the beginning, there seems no way out of the suffering, because apparently this emptiness, that there is no substantiality, that there is nothing that remains, apparently this emptiness implies suffering. But emptiness is true, is the case. So will we need to suffer for always? No, there is a way out, because suffering is not caused by emptiness, but by so-called wrong view. And what's the wrong view? Wrong view is the view that self has an independent existence. It's the view that the snowflakes that you saw on the previous slide, that they exist somewhere and you just miss them, you cannot find them anymore. No, everything is built up from causes and conditions. At this point, it is important to surrender, but with determination. Then one can eliminate the wrong view and come into liberation. Now, there are 4 levels of liberation, namely liberating wrong view. Then 2 and 3 are liberating ourselves from aversion and sensual desire. And this is done simultaneously. At step 2, they are first only diluted, and at step 3, they are fully eliminated. And then in step 4, according to the Buddha Dharma, there is still pride, mana, to be what you think that you have been. And mana is not only pride in the sense of that a famous person can have pride, but it is also pride of, let's say, an underdog who thinks that everybody is better than him. That's also some pride if you keep that thinking. Anyway, pride is the 4th level of liberation. So freedom appears after surrendering peacefully to the non-determinism, or the near determinism, I should say, of the dependent origination. That sounds like a paradox. If we really have the intuition in our meditation that everything is near determined, there is no freedom at all. Well, freedom is meant in a different way. Before we saw the reality of self and the world, we had the intention to defend it. We have to defend with our defense mechanisms ourselves and the world. But now we understand there is nothing to defend, and that gives a great freedom. This process of accepting that we live in the dependent originating world can be painful, and sometimes that's called the dark night of the soul, but it can also be made less painful or not painful at all if one uses serene states, so-called jhanas, or if one uses loving kindness, which doesn't need to be developed into a jhana, but gives a stable, pleasant state of mind. However, it's neither necessary nor sufficient to go through the jhanas. And there is a path by the so-called bare attention workers that does not use jhanas. But then it can be sometimes quite painful to go through the dark night. Many people can obtain serene states or can obtain loving kindness, so they don't need to go through that. But everybody can observe his or her breath, so everybody can walk the path. So this is the message of the Dhamma, and now 2 advices to the interaction between contemplatives and scientists. And one is that one should not consider the Dhamma as a fixed truth that is carved into stone, but as a valuable model, something like physics. And this has been emphasized by Nyanaponika Thera, but even it has been emphasized by Gautama Sakyamuni in his Kalama Sutra, where he states, do not believe what is written, or do not believe what people state. Examine for yourself. And that is the scientific method. Now, about the collaboration between contemplatives and scientists, it's better not to sanctify the contemplatives, and it's better not to Einsteinify the scientists. But one can respect each other in a loving and interesting way. The final advice for the collaboration is that scientists and contemplatives could build a mutual understanding by participating in each other's trainings. So scientists can participate in a 3-day full-time retreat, and contemplatives can study science for 3 full days, where a special program can be built. The final slide is about an advice how to do meditation research. And the first is to operationalize concentration and mindfulness. At the moment, a lot of research into mindfulness is based on assessments of mindfulness through questionnaires. And one asks, if you are walking in the rain, do you feel the drops of rain on your cheek? Well, of course, if you have done a mindfulness training, the social, desirable answer is, yes, I feel them. But if you really do, this is the question. And there are ways, especially developed by Stephen Whitmarsh 10 years ago, to operationalize both concentration and mindfulness in an actually scientifically sound way. If you study the effect of meditation, well, then you can let people go through a retreat and see if something changed. But that is not so reliable. And somebody at the Donders Institute in Nijmegen, Pascal Fries, advised, well, you better have 2 different effects of the meditation, and you see if they correlate, if the strengths of these 2 different effects correlate, and if they correlate with the concentration and mindfulness scale mentioned above. The third advice is to hold hybrid retreats. Half of the yogis meditate, and as control group, the others do not meditate, but they study Buddhist psychology, so they may have reading classes on the Abhidhamma. But they live in the same monastic conditions, so they get up at the same time, they get the same food, and they are in a quiet environment. And then the final advice is that 10,000 of meditation hours doesn't make an expert. That effort is neither necessary nor sufficient. So I would advise that some other kind of measure is taken, for example, the one in 3.1. So I wish the Contemplative Science Network a fruitful existence and do research on this highly interesting but also highly necessary topic in the future. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Professor Barendregt. We just have a few seconds, just silence to digest what you said. So thank you, Henk, for this beautiful and very clear and insightful talk, which encourages to peacefully realize deification. Thank you very much. And I will, now we have some, a little moment to share some, with just a few minutes, 10 minutes if you want, with, if our guest among the speakers have some remarks or some question to Professor Barendregt, you're welcome to take the floor. And if among our friends in the public, if you have a question or remark, you can put it on the chat. But first we start with our friend here. I see Antoine, welcome. Nice to see you. You would like to add something?
Yeah, just one comment on some of the good advice from Henk. Hello, Henk.
Hello, Antoine.
Yeah, Henk, it's just a brief comment. I like that you emphasize, you express some reserve about this notion of expertise and how we operationalize expertise with these 10,000 hours. I agree, it's neither necessary nor sufficient condition. Just want to clarify for the audience that, for instance, in some of our work, we use this notion of 10,000 hours as one of the criteria because you need to start somewhere, and it was a criteria that's come from the literature on cognitive expertise. Like, same as to be a surgeon or to be a musician, you need that type of hours to become an expert. So it was just a minimal number of hours. But an interesting point that we start now to describe more in our methods in the papers it's only one criteria, and there are at least 2 other criteria that they follow the same type of teachings, from a qualified teachers. I'm talking about participants who say they can do non-dual awareness, and it's just I'm just mentioning it's a difficult questions about how to as a scientist you can be sure that they can really reach these states. Okay, So we use this criteria of 10,000 hours, but also a criteria that it is somehow recognized by that they receive the right type of teaching to do this practice, at least in a given tradition. And the third criteria that there is, if you want, some form of intersubjective validity. So somehow it is recognized through the teacher or the community that they've got some degree of realization, knowing that as a scientist, it's very hard to operationalize realization. So I just want to say that I think you're right, that to emphasize that point, and that's an area where we have to maybe better describe the how to operationalize that type of expertise. And the way we've been doing in the past is to through, you know, have some kind of feedback, indirect feedback from the community, and particularly teachers, that somehow say that they guarantee that there is some form of expertise or realization from the participant. And in the past, we maybe did not emphasize that enough, but I think it's a very important point. Do you want any comment?
Thank you, Antoine. Another comment?
No, a question for Henk. If that makes sense to you, or that?
It surely makes sense. And please do not forget the research of Stephen Whitmarsh, who got a PhD 10 years ago at Radboud University. He operationalized with alpha waves and attention to the right hand. I can tell something later in the afternoon in the panel discussion about it.
Okay, so you think that you can operationalize something with a brain signal? That's your claim?
Yes.
Okay, and I will strongly disagree with that, just to make some fun. But
yeah, all right. So that's for the afternoon panel.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. Elena was, or Dario Rinpoche, you want to say something?
Just first to thank Henk, it's very interesting. But as a translator today, I'd like to make a few points to clarify the subject. For instance, in translating samadhi by concentration or concentration by samadhi is, from different point of view, highly questionable. So I put this question on what's the relation in between concentration and mindfulness, Professor? That's, could you tell us briefly, please?
Yes. Concentration is the capacity to have the mind on one thing for a longer time. And together with mindfulness, if you're capable of keeping the mindfulness for a longer time, then you have concentrated mindfulness, and that's important. But concentration is keeping the focus on one topic for somewhat longer time than usual. Mindfulness is knowing where the mind is. So concentration is more like taking a picture in the dark where you need a long opening time. And mindfulness is more like making a movie where you change the subject. But the best is when you combine them.
Yeah. We will have big problems of translation. I do agree with your definition of concentration, but this is not what is intended usually by samadhi. So, the difference between concentration and mindfulness as you do it is not at all what is meant in different circumstances when we speak about mindfulness. So since we try to cooperate, I think we should discuss terms, because a lot of the difficulties in our exchange is that we don't mean the same thing in terms of experience with the same words. So it's not, I don't want to say more for now, please.
Okay.
We can do in the discussion.
Yeah, so but it will be interesting, Rinpoche, that you say what you understand by samadhi. But
Well,
maybe just a few two more, then you can develop later.
Just in one word, samadhi, tingedzin in Tibetan, is translated as expérience profonde, deep experience. Any experience which is lived in a state of de-reification is a samadhi.
Okay, thank you. And then we can discuss later. Thank you very much. And then Elena, you have raised your hand. Please, Elena.
I'm happy, in the interest of time, to save my question for the discussion afterwards, or maybe Henk can very briefly address it. I'll make Henk choose. If he wants to say more to this topic, we can do it a little bit later. But I want to, yeah.
Please mention it now, then I can think about it in the meantime.
Okay, yes. I just wanted to thank you, by the way, for providing this foundation from the Theravadan tradition point of view. I wanted to get a little bit more understanding from within that tradition, the difference between what you refer to as jhanas, serenity states, and practice of bare attention.
In the jhanas, a short answer is then the hindrances are absent. That's one thing. And one has various mental factors like bliss or sweetness, peace, or equanimity that can last for a long, long time. If one doesn't go through the path of the jhanas, one has a more rough road with sometimes unpleasant phenomena, sometimes pleasant. So it's paving the road. The jhanas pave the road of the Dhamma. And the bare attention goes more like that.
So
and both are valid.
Bare attention, it was Nipponiko Thera, right, who kind of introduced that term. The Sri Lanka, he was practicing within the, he was a German practicing within the.
It is already mentioned in the by Buddhaghosa in the path of purification. Mm-hmm. And he names the bare attention workers, those that do not use jhanas. The point is some people are not capable of entering a jhana, and it's good to have a path also for them.
But what would be the conditions for bare attention? What would define it as bare?
Without jhanas.
Okay, I see.
What is bare attention?
This is the meditation path without the smoothing out using the jhanas. So it's more rough.
No, I don't understand.
Bare means pure attention without the help of the jhanas.
What is bare and what is pure? How is it pure? How is it bare?
Without jhanas. Without serenity.
So it's really the mindfulness observing, no, all the phenomena even in a more subtle way. So having also insight about impermanence and non-self in a subtle level, subtle impermanence.
Yeah, but the subtle level we have to have anyway. But the jhana workers, sometimes I call it the royal road, they go more smooth. But it is somewhat difficult to reach jhanas. Unfortunately, there is also a path without jhanas, and that's called the bare attention path. We can go on maybe in the afternoon with.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. So maybe we will come back to this question later. So thank you for this good interaction. Now I will let the floor to Venerable Dario Doshin Girolami. Please, Dario, go ahead.
Hello. Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for organizing such a beautiful meeting. And thank you, Henk, for your talk. So, as it is written in the blurb of my presentation, I would like to talk a little bit about Shikantaza, that is the central practice of Soto Zen, the tradition I belong to, and in connection with the experience of emptiness, or shunyata in Sanskrit. Now, you may know that I have very fruitful exchanges with Professor Raffone, and in looking at his researches on the effects of meditation on the mind, I realized that Shikantaza is classified, normally is classified in the researches as open monitoring. Okay, and then Professor Raffone explained me that in somehow, as scientists, you have to classify things. So where do we put Shikantaza? So Shikantaza is classified as open monitoring. And please later, Professor Raffone, comment on that if you think is appropriate. But so the answer I received was that, yes, Shikantaza is open monitoring. Now, the problem is that in open monitoring, there is someone that is monitoring. There is a monitor, and if not a self, is a something else that is looking at, that is controlling, is monitoring. It sounds a little bit like the big brother that is controlling and observing. While in Shikantaza, there is no self. And even though it's clear that in open monitoring, there is no self, who is monitoring? So let me clarify a little bit what we mean by Shikantaza in the Soto Zen tradition. So Shikantaza, za, the final part, za, it means sitting, as in za zen, sitting meditation. While shikan means, normally is translated as only or just, only sitting or just sitting, just be in the present moment. Normally, we are not just in the present moment. We are sitting and we are thinking, we are stressed, we are doing something. Normally, we are not just sitting. But there is more, because shikan, it doesn't mean only just or only. Shikan, it means completely, totally, absolutely, wholeheartedly sitting. And yes, it is a special form of non-dual awareness. But let's take a look at what Suzuki Roshi, Shuryu Suzuki Roshi, the founder of the tradition I belong to, he was the founder of San Francisco Zen Center and the author of the best-selling book, Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind. So Suzuki Roshi said that Shikantaza is to practice or actualize emptiness. And to practice or to actualize emptiness is not just to understand emptiness or to get it or to do something with it. It is just to manifest it, just to practice it, to sit down and practice. And then Suzuki said, although you can have a tentative understanding of it through thinking, you should understand emptiness through your experience. You cannot reach full understanding of emptiness with your thinking mind or your feeling. This is why we practice zazen, that is sitting meditation. And zazen, the sitting meditation, is brilliant because human beings are brilliant. Being itself, being alive itself is so brilliant. And it's not by chance that I am saying just being alive is brilliant. The word used by Buddha, Shakyamuni Buddha, to describe what we call meditation is bhavana, that comes from the verbal root bu, bhu in Sanskrit, that means to be. So meditation has something to do with being, not much with thinking or grasping, but with being. And being itself is so brilliant that there is the possibility that you could just sit right in the middle of being and situate yourself at the deeper and more fundamental level than you can think or even feel. I appreciated very much that Dennis Rinpoche mentioned samadhi as being at the deeper, more fundamental level. You can be in a more fundamental place and situate yourself in emptiness. And it's wonderful and unexpected. To talk about that, Suzuki Roshi uses a Japanese expression, shosoku, that is the Japanese term for the feeling that you get when you receive a letter from home. Now we are in the time of email, but grown-ups will remember the feeling that we had receiving a letter, a written letter by snail mail from home. And we have no word for this particular feeling in English. And it reflects the kind of Japanese sensibility of wistfulness or sadness even. And these letters from emptiness, Suzuki Roshi says, are the feeling that you get when you sit in zazen. It is as if you receive a letter from home, our true home. And this is the feeling that you get when you sit in zazen. And if you receive a letter from home, that very special feeling that is nostalgic and deeply moving. And it's I think it's a wonderful metaphor. And so Suzuki Roshi goes on and said, what the Buddha said was just a letter from the world of emptiness. So the teaching of the Buddha, what he expressed in words and in concept, was just a way of trying to express something that cannot be expressed. What Buddha said was just a letter from the world of emptiness, just a suggestion or some help from him. And it's hard to understand what he means unless you have the same experience. And the problem is that we attach to words and concept, neglecting the important part of experiencing it. Just remember bhavana, being it. So to understand Buddha words, we can rely on our usual thinking mind. Suzuki Roshi said, if you want to read a letter from the Buddha's word, it is necessary to understand Buddha's words. In other words, you have to have lived there. It's a living experience. So later, when you receive the letter, it really makes sense to you, and it really evokes something. And this kind of experience should be empty of preconceived ideas. And we understand our ideas about our own experience to be ideas about our experience. But we know that our idea is not the same thing as experience itself. Water is not the word water or all the thoughts that we may have about water. Water is water. But we can have an experience, a direct experience of water as water. Now, the problem is that when we analyze our experience, we have ideas. And the most fundamental ideas are time and space, and then big or small, or heavy or light. And earlier, Henk was talking about the scale. Yes, a scale of some kind is necessary in order for us to talk about our experience and analyze it. We must have some scale. And with various scales in our mind, we experience things. Still, the thing in itself has no scale. It's our mind that projects scales, ideas, categories onto the experience, and we cannot get away from it. And in Zen, we say, well, this is not a problem. It's just how we are. The problem is not to know that there is a projection of the mind, but the problem is to think that what we are experiencing as a projection is real. That is how we get caught. And reality is much more simple, and things as they are, or as Suzuki Roshi used to say, things, plural, as it is not a mistake, things as it is, because he was thinking of oneness, things as it is are more simple than we can think. And it's important not to get caught in our way of classifying things. And we are able to do that if we know that our projections are projections. The other problem is that each person has a scale that is different. And we use very selfish scales when we analyze or when we have an idea about something. And that part should be empty. And the way we empty that part is to practice Zazen and become more accustomed to accepting things as it is, without any idea of big or small, good or bad. Suzuki Roshi said, because you limit the actual reality using your scale of your small self, there is either a good garden or a bad garden. And then you want some change, some stones, for instance. But if you see thing itself as it is, with a wider mind, there is no need to do anything. So part of the practice of Zazen is learning that kind of acceptance as reality, as it is. And so to empty things means to let them be as they are or as it is. And then things will work. And that leads to another very important topic. Originally, things are related and things are one. And as one thing, it will extend itself. So to let it extend itself, we empty things. And when we have this kind of attitude, we have the spiritual practice. And we have to be careful. Accepting things in this wider sense doesn't mean that the world is inert and that we are very passive. It means that creativity springs up, and then things will extend themselves. We will allow things to extend themselves in the way they need to. And we will find a way that we never would have thought of if we were coming only from the place of our own views. And we will know how to cooperate with that. Suzuki Roshi said, in our practice of Shikantaza, we do not seek for anything, because when we seek for something, an idea of self is involved. There is always some selfishness. Desire are endless, and then therefore suffering is endless. So when we have a desire or a seeking for something, there's always some idea of a self involved. And then we try to achieve something to further that idea of a self. And there is a kind of counter effort. So instead of making an effort to do something or get something, in Zazen, we are making an effort to let go of something. And in that way, we purify our experience. So when we sit and we try to not concentrate, but be aware, concentration is very focused, while as in Sanskrit, that would be chitta ekagrata, the mind concentrated on one element. While Zazen is not concentration, but is a practice of not open monitoring, but open awareness, 360 degrees awareness. So when we sit and we open up our mind, we are not really trying to do something. What we are trying to do is to try to undo our minds that are constantly running around, constantly creating thoughts, feelings, ideas. So let's through the experience of Zazen, we can access to the dimension of non-duality or oneness. But in Zen, we talk about that as in terms of shunyata or emptiness. And here we have to clarify something else. In the Theravada tradition, in the Pali Canon, we already find the word sunna or shunya, meaning empty, shunya, empty of a self, empty, we are empty of a separate self or a no self. So there are only the aggregates, 5 skandhas, but no self. So we are empty of a self. And through meditation, we realize that there is no self and have a pure experience. But in Mahayana, the word used, the term used, and then the concept used is not shunya, but it's shunyata, meaning not empty, but emptiness. And emptiness in Zen is another way of talking about the absolute, the ultimate nature, ultimate reality. So it's not a matter of just being aware of something without the intermission of the self, of a thinking self. It's something else, it's something wider. It is experiencing our own true nature. As we said at the beginning, a letter from home, that is our true nature, that is, in the Zen perspective, an enlightened nature or Buddha nature. So in Zen, emptiness, shunyata, is a synonymous for the absolute, we could say in English, or ultimate reality, or Buddha nature. Now, we all know that in the Heart of Perfection Sutra, the Heart Sutra, there is a very famous phrase, very important for the Mahayana tradition. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. So every single form that we see is a manifestation of what of emptiness, of the formless. Understanding the formless or emptiness in the way we just said is a manifestation of the ultimate nature or the absolute. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. That would be very long hard to explain that, but at the moment we can say that it's just like saying waves are water, water is wave. So a wave has a form, but is a manifestation, a visible manifestation of something that has no form, water. But there is no separation between a wave and a water. A water is wave. So our true nature is a formless nature, is a water, we can say, is the ultimate nature. And with form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The sutra is trying to express non-duality. But there is still duality because we are saying form and emptiness. So even though it is an attempt to express non-duality, still we have two. We have form and emptiness. Even though it says they are the same, still we are thinking in terms of form and emptiness too. So Dogen Zenji, the founder of the Soto Zen tradition, Japanese Soto Zen tradition, in commenting on the Heart Truth Sutra, he said that to say form is emptiness, emptiness is form, is pleonastic, is a useless repetition. If we truly understand and truly feel that emptiness, that form is emptiness, there is no need to repeat it. Because if we say form, emptiness is already there. If we really feel that emptiness is the true nature, if we really understand that a wave is water, there is not need to say form is emptiness. It's just enough to say form, and emptiness is already evocated because it's there. They are one. So what non-dual means? What is activated in our mind when we say non-dual? Of course, when we say non-dual, we think oneness. So either is dual or is not dual. Is not dual, and that which means it's one. But again, if as in form is emptiness, emptiness is form, when we use the concept of oneness, dualism is already there. Because we have oneness on one hand and dualism on the other hand. And they seem to be two different things. I agree with oneness. Dualism is a mistake. But sometimes reality arrives as one, sometimes as more than one. And so non-dualism must include dualism. If non-dualism doesn't include and validate dualism, then it is dualistic. I agree with oneness. Dualism is a mistake. This is dualism. Saying it like this seems odd, but in actual living, it simply seems to be very, very true. Now, there is a very famous koan, Zen story, where Zhaozhu is asked by Todzi, when someone who has undergone the great death then returns to life, how is it? Todzi said, she can go by night, she should arrive in the daylight. Now, in the Zen language, the great death stands for non-dual sense of life as one. All things, good or bad, desirable or undesirable, expresses that oneness. And to experience the great death is to see face to face and for oneself that everything is as it is. And such an experience, again, experience, is at the core of the Zen practice. And a commentary on this story cites another story about this same monk, Totsi. Totsi asked his teacher, Kui Wei, to explain the most mysterious and essential aspect of the Zen teaching. And in response, Chu Wei turns and looks at him. Totsi says, please direct me. And Chu Wei says, do you want a second ladleful of foul water? So the great that oneness or enlightenment or total acceptance of reality goes beyond good and evil. And this is a very necessary step in Zen or any other profound spiritual practice. But then, yes, it is a kind of death. But because it is a kind of death because it requires a complete letting go, a complete relinquishment in trust of everything that one has identified as one's life. But what the teacher is trying to say to Totsi is, I am me and you are you. You may be one and we are empty, but as long as we are alive, we are different people. And this is essential difference, even though it is in the light of the great that unreal. It is our life. So how do we express that in our life? Because then we are alive. We must get out of the sitting cushion and then relate to one another. Thank you very much.
With just a few minutes to digest. Thank you, Venerable Dario, Doshin, Girolami. Thank you very much for this clarifying shikantaza. Shikantaza. Yes, thank you. And clarifying also, maybe we would need more clarification about open monitoring.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So thank you for raising that interesting discussion between new wording of experience in scientist field and the traditional words. So thank you. And we have a few moments now for a few minutes to share again about Dario talk. I see Antonino have raised the hand, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Venerable Dario, Doshin, really wonderful, inspiring, deep, profound talk. And so thank you also for remembering our conversation about how we could actually translate, in a sense, Shikantaza, no, in the context of the taxonomies in the field of contemplative science. Here we have a great, one of the really greatest experts about the major taxonomies in science of meditation, Dr. Antoine Lutz, Antoine. So he's probably really the expert. What I remember, there is another term that is used less frequently than open monitoring in the literature, which is open presence. Sometimes also studies with Venerable Mathieu Ricard and Antoine and collaborators have used open presence from Tibetan tradition. So one may wonder what is then the difference in the relationship between open monitoring and open presence. And Dario, I remember you quite liked open presence more than open monitoring. And I remember in our conversation, I brought a very interesting kind of description. Actually, it came from a teacher from Theravada, a Thai forest tradition of Ajahn Chah and Ajahn Sumedho. And this was like that, like being a field of experience without subject and object. And I think this was the one that you liked most, if I remember correctly. But still, you said it's maybe close somewhat, but it is not that. Because, as you say, because any description might have limitation. This is what I remember. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Of course, I like it more. I don't know what is if it's important what I like, but I prefer that kind of definition. But what I also wanted to remark that the experience is not just of reality, but of shunyata, of emptiness, of our true nature. So it's not just a matter of seeing reality without the filter of the subject, but it's also a matter of experiencing the absolute. As I said in the other meeting, I will not be shy. You know, my presence here as a religious person, I will do my best to remind, you know, quite often in this kind of meetings, monks and nuns are kind of shy and they don't want to show the spiritual aspect of Buddhism. But Buddhism is a religion. I am a monk. And so the most important experience of my life is relating to the absolute. So yes, we can say open experience, but of what? It's not just a matter of clearing our eyes. Yes, we clear our eyes and then what we see is not just physics. It's not just an exercise of reality. Oh, well, we can say reality with capital R. It is about a spiritual experience and oneness with the absolute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any remarks? Dario Rinpoche, please go, please.
Dario Roshi, thank you very much. We could feel Shikantaza's mind, heart in your speech. And I follow you when you were worried about Shikantaza being named as open monitoring. But since we've been looking for what is open monitoring, and I think we should ask the great ordinateur who use this word. It is Professor Lutz, isn't it? We discussed with Elena before about also. And in Tibetan, or how would you, what's the experience of open monitoring?
Okay. So to give you some context, it's actually a rise in a discussion in a cafe in New York a couple of years ago after my summer research school between John Dunn and myself, when we were trying to present some of the practices we were doing. And I will discuss that in my presentation. But if you want, in the Tibetan system, that would be equivalent to shamatha without an object.
Okay.
And while open presence or shikantaza will be what we call open presence, is what in the Tibetan they call nature of mind practice, or resting Rikpa or and I think that will align well with this notion of shikantaza. And the key distinction between the two is that there is somehow a suspension of the subject-object duality. So while in open monitoring there is no content, but there is still an observer, a point of references. So we essentially follow a very traditional distinction you find in some Mahamudra text on the, like clarifying the natural states. And I will present this gradual path, the gradual discrimination from a mundane perception to a perception when you de-reify, but there is still an object, to a perception when there is open monitoring but without an object, to a perception on the nature of mind, or open presence or shikantaza. And the transition is really about first releasing the reification of the object, and then somehow suspending through non-action or through different techniques. Or there's multiple techniques to describe that, but to get at this mode of being, or that is more like non-dual. So that makes sense to you, Rinpoche?
Yeah, it makes sense. And open monitoring, shamatha without object, that's very clear. That's a traditional reference, and you can get a lot of explanation about what it is. But if I may, I think that open monitoring is not a good rendering, a good translation for shamatha without object. I'll discuss this when it will in my talk.
I know that the notion of monitoring has been a lot of pushback, but it's But
it could be used, but it could be used because there's openness and at the same time some observer. It's kind of an open observation.
Yeah.
So what we call in French observateur abstrait, and what is called in Tibetan Moshe-tsam. And but it's not time to question to.
We have time to talk more. Then after we have a panel discussion and also a discussion after your talk, Rinpoche.
If I may,
yes,
I agree. There is always limitation with concept and naming and words. What is important is that the phenomenology is clear, and that I think it's really about specific feature, about structural feature of experience. That's the key idea, that there is change in structural quality of experience when you go from normal awareness to open monitoring and then to open presence. The key point, and then again you can name it however you want. Yes,
Yeah, it's
no problem.
relative one to another.
And also remember that at the time there's always a history behind things. You know, when you are a scientist, you have to introduce ideas gradually. And it was in 2008, I think, for a special issue on in a scientific journal. So you somehow you have some time to make to adapt to your audience. So there's also some, and we always try to have multiple layers of reading in the manuscript, so you can read it depending on what you understand things.
Mm.
But it's a difficulty in this translation between science and Buddhism and vice versa. But anyway, we can talk about it later.
Okay. Thank you, Antoine. Thank you. Yes, that was one of the CSN purpose, just to see what are the scientific context and constraint, like the social and I don't know, intellectual difficulties for wording the contemplative experience. And so the CSN is also to make live the dialogue with experienced teachers. So that's the core of our meeting. So thank you very much. We can have a 1 second silent shikantaza, and then I will lend the floor to Denis Rinpoche. Please, Rinpoche.
Thank you, EBU, EBU's heads and organizer. Thank you. I would like to go on. I prepare a paper, but I won't follow that. I'd like to go on with this open monitoring point, because I think it is central. We just said what it's not. It seems not fit for shikantaza, not questionable for shine without object, shine without object. Shine is keeping still, letting the mind rest. Shine. And it could be focalized on an object. Sometimes people say concentrated. It's not very good. We don't use concentration because for those experts who know shamatha, the 9 stages of shamatha. One of you has a poster, it's Professor Henk, I think. It's a whole path with 9 steps. of mind pacification, a self-pacification. You let it rest and it quiet. Waves subside, as it says. So, but let's go on now with open monitoring, what it could be. There's open and monitoring. Let's start with the monitoring. If there's a monitoring, there should be a monitor, a subject. Subject. And if there's a subject, there's an object. That's consciousness structure, subject, object in interrelation. But let's just consider the subject. I am the subject. We are, you are, every one of us is subject of his own experience. So we all concern anytime. So usually we monitor our world with our concept. We've got a lot of names, image, nama, rupa, and we classify, we analyze, we analogy with logic. So open, like it is used in openness, which is one of the terms the organizer asked us to precise. Openness, Dario Roshi expressed it very well when he says open mind, and Suzuki Roshi was using big mind, but big, which is omnipresent, so big. Open monitoring could be well translated, I suggest, as abstract watcher. So this is one meditation method used in Mahamudra Dzogchen tradition, and Zen also. By the way, one remark. All those traditions and structure, personally, I think it's not so important. It's not important at all, even. And they all are based on the same principles. And the four characteristics of Buddha Dharma that we were using when I was EBU president to wonder whether an association that was soliciting adhesion was a Buddhist association. You should in a Buddhist union. So, and most important, the Lord Buddha was named Anatman Vadin, the one who teach Anatman, Anatta, non-self, selflessness. let's remark that without self, without me, without observer, there's no observed, there's no object. So non-ego, selflessness, is eventually, in terms of experience, synonymous with non-duality. There are different descriptions, but the Buddha Dharma philosophical, phenomenological perspectives are work in a systemic way, that different perspective on the same reality. That's a unity in diversity principle. One experience, different expressions and method. But let's go on with open monitoring. It's very useful to learn to be in a state of open monitoring, which means that you experience the openness. You combine mindfulness and awareness, mindfulness and panoramic awareness. That's how the Vidyadhara Trungpa Rinpoche puts it. He was a friend of Suzuki Roshi's, they knew well each other. Yeah. And this experience of openness is a very sensorial experience. It's embodying the experience. It's embodied mind. Embodied mind is no mind. Is mind, body, not two. So I would like now to go on with a lot of vocabulary, because the phenomenology of Dharma, the freedom phenomenology, or the liberating phenomenology, when you use its proper terms, is a global, coherent description model of the cognitive model. And it has very precise relations that can be modelized and that could be formalized mathematically, logically speaking. So it's worth to enter into this model, this matrix. This is the cognitive matrix that our ancestor gave us. It's our ancestors' legacy, this cognitive matrix, which is the Abhidharma as explained in well, in Yogacara, in Chittamatra, Madhyamaka, Ranton, Shenton, etc. But all this is very coherent. So, what were the first of your words dear organizer. Yes. I've just said that non-self equal non-duality. Big equation. And now I would suggest that non-duality equal absolute openness. And you will ask me, what do you mean by absolute openness? I mean an openness which is without center and periphery. No reference. When we talk about self, ego, and non-self, we should know what is meant by self. A self, a me, or an ego is an independent and autonomous entity. So entity, hence autonomous, independent, doesn't exist. Everything interdependent, interbeing, like Tai, the most venerable Thich Nhat Hanh used to say. So if we see the relation in between self and duality, non-self, non-duality, and also the de-reification that Professor Henk first explained, the proportionality in between self and reification, solidification, suspending the reification, Tibetan culture. So if we can also each of us relate to our corpus in Pali, in Sanskrit, Tibetan, Chinese, Japanese, BDRC has done a wonderful work. And there are connection, dictionary, Tibetan, Sanskrit, and so on, who set the equivalence in the past. So all this can be modelized, and ChatGPT, Buddha could talk somehow. Why not? So one word I would like also now to discuss is consciousness. Consciousness, deeper, translating my paper from French to English, a big problem with consciousness. He put me awareness many times when I put consciousness, well, conscience in French. So what's the difference in between consciousness and awareness? And if we speak of non-dual awareness, okay, but we couldn't speak of non-dual consciousness. Consciousness is by nature dual, subject, object. We are conscious of whatever it is. So consciousness is duality. Yeah. And the path to realization could be summarized in the transition from dual cognition to non-dual cognition. This is what explained Ranjun Dorje, the Vajrayana of Longchenpa, both of them disciple of Kumaraja. What he explained in the Namche Yeshe, the consciousness, primordial awareness. So Namche Yeshe, it's very symmetric in Tibetan, but it's She is cognition and dual, non-dual. That's the old path. There are many other questions. What is openness? I think we've answered that. What is awareness? That's more tricky because there can be a dual awareness and there could be a non-dual awareness. Of course. And awareness is a very vague word. It's used in so many contexts. So it's very easy to be aware, you know, and it's fourre-tout, we say. It's not precise word, but Tibetan or Mahmuda Doshin tradition use jnana, yeshe, primordial experience, nowness. And I will finish by what's the relationship between openness and compassion. Very important, because openness could be seen as prajna and compassion as karuna. And we all know that the prajna and karuna are the two wings of the birds flying or soaring in the firmament of Buddhahood. That's a traditional metaphor. And those two experiences of openness and heartfulness, of emptiness and compassion or altruism, they are the same experience. Ultimate openness is ultimate compassion, ultimate altruism, ultimate love, ultimate goodness, ultimate sanity, ultimate nature. It's Buddha nature. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rinpoche. We have just a few minutes to digest what you said. Thank you very much.
Un petit moment de présence ouverte. Dans le regard panoramique.
So thank you very much, Rinpoche, for clarifying this so fundamental keywords of the contemplative science.
We should make a glossary.
And notably open monitoring. We see if Antoine is agree or not. And we have time now for discussion and also the arbitral time of few minutes of discussion after each speaker speech now can be prolonged, because the next session is like a first panel discussion, and then we will have Antoine and Elena speech, and then we have another panel. So now we have some time to first discuss, have some remarks or about Rinpoche's talks, and then we can go further. We have some time, and then we have a break, and then we start again with Antoine and Elena. So please, Elena.
Thank you, Lhündroup. Just to go back to open monitoring and also what Antoine said before your talk, Rinpoche. Antoine and I have discussed open monitoring as a term a few times, and Antoine gave it context, and sort of just to add in his defense, in the sense that it was introduced in the context, we could say, of skillful means, because monitoring was a concept, a construct that cognitive neuroscientists could relate to at the time. But we have discussed at length with Antoine and also with John Dunn, actually, whether it's skillful to continue with this term, because as we know, language points to experience, right? And as you pointed out, monitoring as a term doesn't quite accurately captures the phenomenology of shamatha without support. And it also gives an impression that this, what can persist in when we rest in Shinne, when we rest the mind, that sort of persistent, ever so subtle tendency to fixate on objects of experience and identify with the subject that give this sort of subtle subject-object structure. The term open monitoring somehow suggests that this monitoring components should have this consistency, right? Rather than this idea that, okay, mindfulness as of this subtle grasping might appear and disappear within resting in Shinne, because that tendency to be in that subject-object structure is still there, has its momentum. So I wanted to ask you, you gave us an alternative of how the term open monitoring, what might be suitable for it within the Tibetan tradition, but I wanted to ask you, and Antoine agreed at the end of his comment that really we should be sort of trying to find for Shinne without support a term that would reflect the phenomenology of that practice and of that way of being and experiencing. So would you have a sort of an alternative suggestion of using the terms that, you know, not of the tradition, but refer to our kind of phenomenology we can have as cross tradition that might capture that, you know, Shinne without support practice more accurately?
Yes, but let's Shinne without support. Though it's, in one word, it's a resting, letting go in space awareness. And eventually, it leads to one of the higher dhyana, the first of the formless dhyana, those the Buddha knew from his Hindu teacher before he went for quest. And it could even be, well, space consciousness, then infinite space, infinite consciousness, nothing, no support, no need. So that it's very well documented, the jnana, the dhyana, and Theravadists are very high specialists of the topic. But it is all different states of openness, where I know it's not the usual way of saying, but it's scales of consciousness. It's a scale of states of consciousness, and it's gradually with less and less grasping, less and less duality, less and less support. It's subtler, subtler, and subtler. But still, it remains dual. It remains consciousness. Consciousness is duality, according to Buddha Dharma phenomenology. The non-zinpesem, chirzungweyul. This is a basic Yogacara, Chittamatra. The subject and object pose each other in co-determination in the grasping conceptual Namarupa process. So we could consider a word to precise Shine without support, Shine with support. And there are different ways also to understand attention. Attention, so many, if you remember the in my former talk, I distinguish the 3 levels of presence according to Doshin classification from Pato Rinpoche. And the presence which is contrived. I have it written down. I will read it. It will be clearer. So, yeah, contrived presence, it is Jurjen, Tibetan. Then number 2, open presence, Longjen. Number 3, natural presence, Nyume Denpa. And contrived or constrained presence, concentration, is to be present, concentrating on an object. One develops a focused attention on something, intentionally and actively, with some effort. All this is very clear in your matrix, Antoine. Where I got studying your matrix, and we should have a talk at the time, please. It's very good. It's excellent. The contrived presence is the beginning of Shine or Shamatha practice, which consists of letting the mind rest, as presented in the 9 stages of Shamatha. In this classical presentation, it is useful to note that the effort required to induce the practice diminishes as the practitioners progresses. along the path of the 9 levels. This means that practice tends toward a natural state, and that force to concentration is, at best, a preliminary exercise, generally necessary, but not essential. Open presence, number 2, is developed by sensory openness, sensorial openness. Senses, according to Abhidharma definition. This sensorial openness is often cultivated in panoramic gaze, panoramic vision, leading to open lucidity. Open lucidity. Lucidity is a term that could be for awareness, to be lucid, lucidity, open lucidity. Anyhow, and this is what in English has been called as panoramic awareness. This is from Rinpoche. And I am not sure it's in Cutting Through Spiritual Materialism or in the Midst of Freedoms. It describes very well the complementarity of mindfulness, which is a quality of attention, kind of sharp attention, and panoramic awareness. Awareness as this panoramic awareness, which is the openness, which is the big mind, open mind. And there's no contradiction in between openness and precision, nowness, straight to the point. So, and finally, natural open presence is the ultimate fruit of open presence practice. Open presence practices, this is where open monitoring could occur. This is the meaning I would give to open monitoring. What also the Vidyadhara used as abstract watcher. Abstract watcher. Watcher, monitoring, but abstract, open, relaxed, completely relaxed and open, Combe, Tibetan. Yeah, and this is the ultimate presence. This is the exertion of consciousness and its phenomenon, its phenomena. It is a great exertion of karma, Doshin. It is the realization of the awakened universal ground, the Kirlai. Oh. That's classical. That's classical. And again, with classicals, you can trace, you've got a traceability within and BDRC as a big project of inter-tradition glossary that could be very useful because it would normalize the matrix, the cognitive matrix of the Abhidharma with all traditions. Well,
thank you, so we have this we can still have some discussion, and if some among the speakers, if you are other even about Rinpoche's talk, but also about the previous talks or anything, and also if in the all the participants, if you have any remarks or question, please do write on the discussion, you know, the little discussion
on the chat. Yes.
On the chat, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Or you can also raise the hand.
I know if I can, I may suggest that Henk, when we had our meetings on the Monday, it was a quite interesting conversation and discussion about non-duality. And he has, I think, brought some interesting points also linking to the Theravada perspective. Henk, I don't know if you want to rehearse a bit where your highlights, and you have done already this beautifully through your talk, in case you wish to maybe have any comments related also to the other talks. Or maybe later, there is also another session later.
I will react to what you just said, but it would be good that as a result of this meeting that we start already this vocabulary that Denis Rinpoche suggested. Of course, this is a huge work, but let us start with important words. So like samadhi that you challenged me, or a few others. And then in all the traditions we can expand a bit. Of course, not too much. We cannot do that, but something like in an Oxford dictionary, that one concept has a pretty good approximation of what it means, I would suggest.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. And we are working in such a project, so we should consultate and cooperate and bring our skill and forces together.
And then what Antonino just referred to, I would emphasize that there is seeing, but not a seer. Now, you, Rinpoche, expressed this differently, but who knows, the difference is not so big. Seeing without a seer, thinking without a thinker.
There's no difference at all.
Mm.
There's no difference at all. And this seeing without seer, hearing without hearer, thinking without thinker, nanton, jaton, riton in Tibetan. And that's for the glossary.
Thank you. Oh, Lama.
No, I just wonder why, because you use focus attention, Antoine and Elena, for shamatha, for object-oriented shamatha, as you said in your papers. We read your papers, that's why. Elena she smuggled us your papers. And so focus attention. So why don't you just use open attention for open monitoring?
Yeah,
Well,
you mean?
I think you could have. It's a good question. Well, maybe you could have. If I present the model, you could. Let's say you could do a style of practice, for instance, when you are focusing on the whole field of visual field, and you maintain in a certain way. So you can have a focus on the whole field of view, but in a very focused way. And I don't think that would be, so that would be a form of what we call aperture. It's one of the dimensions of the matrix, is whether the content of the mind is, the object of your mind is whether it's related to a small aperture or a large aperture. And so you could, I think you could have, there are practice when you can have a very large aperture, but there's still like a concentrative pointedness. What I think, as it was described by the Rinpoche, for instance, that there is some quality about non-action, or also Reverend Dario mentioned it, that there is a sense of letting go, on rest, in this form of shamatha without an object. So I think it's slightly different. I would say that, yeah, does it make sense? You could have a focused attention practice, which is very broad aperture, that would be quite different than open monitoring, I think.
We've been studying your matrix, Antoine.
Okay.
And it's excellent. And this is what I expressed initially in Boston when I first saw it. And with the quality of openness, clarity, and you've got stability and effort. And this is perfect. But this is what the suggestion I tried to make at that time. There could be also the dimension of, let's say, goodness, bonté en français, goodness being love and compassion, altruistic love and compassion, and altruistic meaning non-egoistic. The less ego, the more altruism, the less ego. They are inversely proportional.
It's a great, we discussed at length that, and by the way, the credit of this matrix come a lot from all the co-authors, so in particular John Donne, who helped a lot, Karen, Amishija, they really were instrumental to, and particularly John Donne, so we worked for 2 years on discussing, and yeah, I think we have a long discussion about what type of what would be the necessary affective quality of the matrix, and so what's came is that I could present at the end of my talk. I have one slide if you want, and it's this notion of non-aversion. So we think that apparently, and again, that's going to talk with some expert in the humanity, that's not every tradition emphasizes this upfront, this compassionate quality, and so you could be more neutral and just say that there is this quality of affective non-aversion. So there is an openness, non-aversion to experience as the most common one. Then you could have multiple maybe style of practice, but we debate whether we should add that dimension of basic goodness or of compassion or love.
Basic goodness.
Yeah, but
in Tibetan, Tuje also. And by the way, if you have a openness, clarity, and let's say goodness, this is in Mahmoud Adzatyan perspective, the Trikaya, the 3 dimension of the awakened state.
Yeah. So anyway, we it's again, it's provisional, and I'm sure we could
we shall continue. And
but the question, and I think it's that, and I was curious for the Zen tradition, whether for instance, according to the Reverend Dario, would you say that every Zen tradition has put forward this notion of that in Shikata Zen or Zazen, you will have necessarily compassion or loving kindness? I'm just curious to see whether that's present in every tradition.
So thank you. Shikantaza is the practice of Soto Zen. So there are 2 living Zen traditions, Rinzai, Linji in Chinese, and Soto, Caodong in Chinese. And Shikantaza is the main practice of Soto, Caodong. And yes, I agree deeply with what Rinpoche said. The consequence or the effect is compassion, because as you lower the level of the egocentric attitude, the more you feel connected with all beings, or interbeing, as Thich Nhat Hanh said. So yes, the consequence is compassion, because if you realize that you are interdependent and interconnected, the consequence is that you feel compassion. And I always say that compassion is the goal, but also the mean through you get to compassion, because you can train in compassion. The good news is that you can train in compassion. Compassion is the fruit, but it's also the practice. So while in other tradition, contemplative tradition, compassion or sanctity or holiness is high regarded, but it's very unclear how do you get there. I mean, you can admire saints, but what about if you don't feel that? You can be happy, you can agree on the idea of being compassionate, but what if you don't feel it? Well, the good news is that the Buddhist tradition offers the tools and the practice, a very specific practice, in order to contact compassion that is already present in our alaya vijnana, storehouse consciousness. Is something that is already in us. But the more we lower the level of the egocentric attitude, the more we will feel compassionate. And this is very, very clear, to answer to your question. This is very, very clear in the Zen tradition.
Thank you. I think Rinpoche, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, to answer your question another way. I've known many Zen master and Soto Zen master, and the way they teach, very different. Very different. So you find all kinds of teachings, and it is just to say that it is difficult. But here you've got the excellent source. Dario Roshi is a disciple of Suzuki Roshi, and there's been a peer-to-peer validation with Tumpa Rinpoche. They were good friends, and they're known to have had very heart-to-heart connection. And so open mind, big mind, openness, and open awareness, non-dual awareness, Selton Zinme in Tibetan, is same experience. But after so many Shikantaza.
So we have a thank you. We have a question for, I think, for the scientist in the it's one of the our facilitator of mindfulness facilitator, Fabrice Guedo. He asked a question. It's to the scientist. I think it's better. Oh well, it's a long question, but
So from Fabrice, huh?
Yes, Fabrice, yeah.
Yeah. I think that so far I don't know of such a study. The longest study in the field. So we've done one with 3 months intensive retreat in the Vipassana tradition. So Shamatha Vipassana. Tanya Singer, she did a 9-month study. With Gail Shetela, we've done an 18-month intervention, but it was not with a lot of training. So there is not, it doesn't exist in the field yet, and it's just for practical reason. But maybe it will come one day.
But if I understand, you've put the 10,000 hours credit as kind of contemplative PhD.
Yeah. No, but that could be someone like who's done a 3-year retreat. Typically, will get that.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So.
Okay, thank you. We if we want to have a little break, I think we should have a break so we can rest and stretch and drink and eat or anything and rest, and then you just keep on your screen. You can keep on the session, and we meet back at 5 o'clock. Okay, and Antoine will start at 5. Okay. So see you in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for EBU for giving me the opportunity to share some of our work. So today I will present some empirical research on non-dual awareness practices, and I will explore this topic through the lenses of phenomenology and cognitive neuroscience. I will make essentially 3 points. One is to explain the different stages and different frameworks to describe the experience of non-duality, comparing to other styles of meditation, and then I will illustrate that ideas in one study on auditory perception and then one study on pain. So we can start by a quote from the Tibetan tradition, which is a poem that yogis use to describe these states, and it has been already described in the previous talk. So very briefly, here is one description. When the watcher is not found after searching, this is the time of bringing the view to the stage of exhaustion. This view without anything to be viewed, which has no strayed into a complete void or blank nothingness, is a present wakefulness, vivid and unfabricated. This is precisely the view of the great perfection. So that's a quote from a text, a series of poems in the Flight of the Garuda. And so here you're describing this notion of non-dual awareness practices that we can represent schematically by saying that there is some form of a suspension of a certain cognitive structure in experience, essentially the subject-object duality, that is somehow suspended or doesn't appear in the same way, and but there is still experience, as described as wakefulness, vivid and fabricated, which is referred here as reflexive awareness. In the Tibetan tradition, or reflexivity in phenomenology, and I will try to describe that later, but that's essentially this primordial cognitive capacity that the claim from this tradition is that it can manifest without being structured by this subject-object intentionality. The first claim, and the claim also that it's always present. So Henk presents this notion of deification. So here it's really another basic mode of cognition, which is how we naturally function, and it's very object-oriented. And as representing in this graph, the focus of this, so it's constructed by this subject-object structure, and it's very, there's a lot of emphasis on the content, on the object. And so if to give you an experiential idea of what we mean by reification, I could ask you to look at these images and do as if it is real, as if it's standing in front of you. And try to feel as if you're going to act on it. Okay, so typically, I don't see the audience, but typically when you ask the question, how did it go, people really report that it feels real, and they sometimes even feel a feeling of salivation. So we have this capacity to make things real, even if we know it's just a screen. And that's this notion of reification. And it's referred to a fundamental capacity of our cognitive system that is guiding action. So the organism has to be able to act in the world, and so perceiving an object like that is guiding then the organism to be able to look for food, for instance. So if you want this, as has been described before by Henk and the other presenter, that type of cognition is described by a strong sense of object orientation. So the attention is geared toward the object, the content, and often you are absorbed into the content of your mind. So there is low level of meta-awareness, and there is not this sense of deification. So you really relate to the object as if it was real. And so that can be contrast to already certain style of meditation, which we discussed already this afternoon. One popular style is focused attention meditation. When the goal is to anchor your attention on a given object intentionally as an opportunity to develop a stronger monitoring or meta-awareness about your own mental states. So often it's involved different steps, like as Dario say, stopping being in action mode, but being in the present. It's bodily oriented, so there is a strong sensory awareness. It is guided to be able to facilitate this disengagement from the object. The posture is very important. So cultivating a physical stillness is a way to embody this non-action that we discussed, and that leads also to some form of mental stillness. And there is a form of non-judgmental attitude, so not grasping and not avoiding the experience. And there is this enhanced sense of metacognition. And so we can represent that by a stronger sense of reflexivity and a stronger sense of also the subject. And if you come back then to and so you can see that in that style of practice, you can represent that as a slightly less oriented to an object, but already a capacity to recognize that the object is more like a process. So you're not carried away by the content of your mind. You're less reactive, and that's through this dereification. So you don't take the content of your mind as solid, as real as before. So there is more dereification, and there is more meta-awareness. Okay, so you can represent that style of practice in this space. And I will briefly give you an example about how you can compare this to style of cognition and measure it in the brain. So here it's an old EEG study, electroencephalogram study, when we measure the electrical activity on the surface of the skull, measuring what is called an event-related potential. So it's a measure of the chronometry of mental processes, and by measuring this electrical activity. And we measure that a task called attention blink before and after retreat. And so here is what you see in novices before any training. Typically, the task is to detect the first target, number 5, and the second target, number 3. And the letters are presenting very, very quickly. Often when you see the first target, but you miss the second one, you're not aware of it. And the theory that's the reason you don't see the second one is because you are engaging your attention on the first target, the number 5. And you can measure that actually in the electrical signal which is reflecting the magnitude of attentional resources that are used to process the first target of number 5. And so that's why you don't meet the second one. And after the meditation training, when you train to disengage from the object, what we found is that there is actually there is more performance. You see more often the second one, and that's correlated to a reduction in this measure of brain electrical activity, which indicate that the participant on average deployed less attention resources to detect the first target, the 5. So this is just an example of how in science, in cognitive science, which we have tried to find neural correlate of these two mode of awareness. So a normal awareness and a meditative awareness. And I'll give you another example when, again, with this notion of how we try to manipulate these two modes of the mind. So a mode when you're more immersed into the object, or a mode when you're aware of your mental life. And so we give the exact instruction to participant on the very exact type of images that you see. So these food images. And I will not present the whole study, but what you can see that when you give this type of instructions, you can see that the people are reporting a different sense of craving to the food, a different sense of meta-awareness, or a different sense of reification of the strawberry, for instance, when you are immersed into the image, or when you observe your thoughts, emotions, and sensation while perceiving the images. And interestingly, as you just experienced, you can see modulation of the amount of salivation that you do when you are reifying the image, or just perceiving it as a simple sensory image without creating this sense of reification or reality. So you can see that the way the brain is processing it is different, because in one case it's trigger a salivary reflex, and in other case it's reduce this reflex. So that was the first part. We're just illustrating already how we can measure different mode of cognition. And now I can give you a more like a gradual way one can understand this form of non-dual awareness. So it has been discussed already a lot. So I present the first two stages. So a mundane cognition, often like in mind wandering, for instance, a meditative awareness on an object. A third stage you can call shamatha without objects, or infamously named as open monitoring meditation also. And then you have this last stage, which is of interest today, which is this notion of non-dual awareness practices. And you can see that what is the pivotal distinction between stage 3 and 4 is this suspension of this subject-object duality and an enhancement of this reflective awareness. Now, so this model that was proposed by John Dunn in our chapter in a couple of years ago, you can see that there is the claim is that there's multiple claims you can make here. That one of them is that notion of reflective awareness is always present, but it's simply more salient and more like it's manifest more clearly in this state of non-dual awareness by somehow simplifying experience and suspending or letting go of certain cognitive structure like time, sense of time, sense of subject and object. But I'll give you a simple intuition about what it is meant by reflexive awareness. Now, if I ask you to report what you felt when I ask you to look at the strawberry, and if I ask you two questions, first of all, was it a pleasant emotion, a pleasant experience to look at the strawberry? You will be able to immediately report that and say, yes, it was really nice. I feel maybe a sense of desire, for instance, or it felt I enjoyed the experience, for instance, or I did not enjoy it. So anyway, you will be able to describe what was your emotion when I gave you this instruction. However, remember that I never asked you to pay attention to your emotion, okay? Your job was to look at the object, at the content, the strawberry. However, if I ask you the question now, and it's hard because we are online, but I am quite sure that most of you will be able to describe their affective tone when they did the task. So why is that? It's because there is always this kind of reflexivity that is in place in our cognition, meaning that intransitively, so without trying to or pay attention to it, the way our consciousness is structured is that you can experience certain things, you can live it, even if it's not selected by attention. And but you can orient your attention to that aspect of your mind retrospectively when needed. So for instance, I just asked you to look at your emotions and you can do it. Similarly, if I ask you, were you seated when you were watching the strawberry, you will be able to say, yes, I was sitting, I was in a chair when I was looking at the screen. Why? Because there was this implicit bodily awareness, implicit sense of bodily presence that was structuring your experience when you watch the content of the strawberry. And that's the type of thing that is referred by reflexive awareness. And that's, as I just explained here, always present. You don't need to be a Buddha. It's always here. But what is cultivated, the notion of bhavana in this style of practice, is to bring that forward, to make it really much more salient and self-manifest much more clearly. Okay, so that's so far the description of the different stage and the taxonomy. And now I'm going to give you the rest of my talk. I hope. Let me look at the time. Yeah, we're going to do it fast. I give you some ideas about how we can try to understand that in science. So one core idea when you think about the function of the brain and what type it try to do, what is the function of the role of mental activity, and it essentially is to try to make sense of sensory data you receive from the five senses, 6 domain of the, and it tried to build a model that allow the organism to infer or make prediction about the causal structure of the world that are causing this sensory data. So it's there's a theory in getting a lot of structure in science now. Neuroscience is this notion of active inference. That's one of the core function of the brain, is to create some model called generative model, which are model about that are guiding perception. So you try to create a model that can explain why you receive certain type of sensory data. So perceiving is testing a model. So perception is an active process that helps you to test moment after moment a model about the world to see whether you can understand or infer why you receive some type of sensory information. And this model are continue updated to somehow minimize surprise, so minimize error bit of the model. So if you just look at the left side of the picture, okay, and that's just sensory data, okay, it's black and white. and I ask you what to recognize something, okay, you may not be able to recognize what it is, but if I then give you some information, some knowledge, some concepts, to use Buddhist term, like frog, and then you look at it again, maybe by combining this sensory data with this concept that it's a frog, you will be able to see what is at the bottom. So you could be able to recognize that actually it is a picture of a frog. And so what I briefly describe here is a cycle in this framework of integrating moment after moment sensory data with prior belief or prior concept about the cause of the belief about what is causing the sensation. So in that case, you are combining sensory information with the belief that it is actually a frog. And what you can see immediately that when you come back to the previous images, the experience is not longer the same. You immediately recognize the frog, meaning that through that combination of concepts with sensory information, and there is some learning that happens, which is guiding then the next moment of perception. So I don't have time to explain that too much details, but the core idea is that you have the way the brain is organized, that it's a hierarchical system, but going from sensory information to much higher, to motor function, attention, memory, emotion, and so on. But at every moment, there is the basic logical, basic same logic is implemented. So one layer of the brain is casting predictions at the lower level, and then when you receive sensory information from or afferent signal from the lower level, you somehow see whether this prediction is matching the input or not, and then you receive some error and you update your model like that. So that's the idea, that there is that's a general mechanism across in the brain. So it's just one theory. And so here's another way to think about it. So how could mental factor could influence this interplay between new sensory data and prior belief? One idea, so essentially perception is a combination of sensory information, so the likelihood in green here, and the prior knowledge. So here's the notion of a prior. So I used the term before of a frog, but you can use, for instance, the notion of a fog. So, or at night. So if you walk in your room during the day, you will not need to use too much information from the sensory information from your body, because you can see everything. When you're at night, you will need to you will rely much more about your memory about the location of your room to be able to sense, to get information about what you're sensing in the room when you walk at night without any light. So the same idea is you have this balance between trusting the sensory information and relying more on prior knowledge. And the way, and so in that framework, if you put a lot of information or trust or attention on the sensory aspect, your perception is going to be guided by the sensory aspect. If you really rely more on your prior belief, the perception is going to be guided by that. And that's how we understand maybe one role of attention is to shape to give more or less weight to either sensory information or prior information. And so to express that differently, we think that practice like open monitoring or open presence, what they're doing is that they, compared to a normal awareness, they will tend to be to develop a capacity to of non-action or suspension or equanimity, or many ways to express that, but where somehow you will or derification, when you will rely less and less you will decrease the weight you give to prior information, so there will be less learning, but there will be much more precision to the sensory affect. And that will be different from a baseline state when you will rely much more on prior. And we also believe that when you do focus attention meditation, you will still be engaged into some kind of prior, because there will be an intention to do something, and therefore you could somehow make prediction in this framework about the distinction between a form of open monitoring, from a form of focused attention, from a form of rest. And we try to test this idea using a very simple task, which is one of the most simple ways you can learn to develop memory or prediction or concept. It's a task which is called auditory outboard sequences, when you are presenting tones which are regular, which is in blue here, and sometimes a deviant, what's called a deviant tone in red here. And so that's a very simple task. When you sound like that's known to create some form of memory trace or a very, very low level retention of information moment after moment. And such as that when you are presenting a deviant, so in red, that will trigger a certain brain response that's supposed to be reflecting a mismatch between the sound which is anticipated by the brain from the one which is hearing. And you can see that even if you don't put a red sound here, if you instead you play a silence, just by replacing the red by silence, because the brain is anticipating to hear certain sounds, it will hearing a silence will be sufficient to create this mismatch. And that's really an illustration of how the brain is simply creating learning structure from the environment and anticipating this structure moment after moment. And you can measure the error that the brain is making when this anticipated sensation is not present. And so we anticipate from that framework that you will have a difference in this error, in this focus attention, that's this mismatch negativity, will have a different amplitude, whether you are at baseline, whether you are in open monitoring / open presence, or when you are in a focused attention. And so it's a little bit technical, but essentially the idea that in OM you will have a reduced mismatch, and also in absorptive states compared to FA. So that's what we find some effect in that sense, and that was particularly clear for the experts. And okay, and it's a little bit complicated, so let me interpret that's for you. There was not only an effect on this mismatch, but also an effect on a late potential called perceptual saliency, that is reflecting how much kind of orienting of attention you have toward the auditory sounds. And you could see that's when you are in absorptive states, you see very little activity here for the experts, while there is a very strong response in any of the meditative states. So that suggests, so if you look only at the expert, that there is some evidence in our data that, like for experts, you will have a modulation of by meditation when you are more oriented towards the sound. There is maybe more some form of awareness of the sounds in meditation compared to the state when you absorb into reading a newspaper. but there will be a modulation of the amplitude of the mismatch in FA compared to open presence, suggesting that maybe the open presence is better at regulating some of these prior. So it's some preliminary evidence suggesting that we could, with this framework, maybe capture some of the process involved in open monitoring / open presence. So now I'm going to be focusing for the rest of my presentation on an important question, which is why would you be interested to cultivate this non-dual awareness? As it has been presenting before by the previous presenter, the main motivation is tautological. So because it's supposed to be helping you to cope with suffering. And I'm gonna illustrate how we try to tackle this question using paradigms used in the pain literature. And here the main idea is that we are interested to explore this notion of a second arrow of pain, where you could see that in pain you will have sensorial dimension and an affective one. And in the Buddhist framework, this notion of double hour of pain means that you are suffering twice when you are receiving an unpleasant experience. The first one is simply the nociceptive aspect, the sensorial aspect of pain. And the second arrow of suffering is related to all the elaborative, conceptual processes involved in the anticipation of pain, in the elaboration of the cognitive interpretation or the cognitive elaboration around pain. So the first time we try to explore this idea, we compare two styles of meditation, one pointing attention and open presence meditation in experts and novices. And we ask them to ask these two questions, like the intensity and the unpleasantness. And our prediction was that somehow open presence, because there is this sense of, so according to tradition, the most powerful techniques to really elevate pain would be this open awareness, non-dual open awareness, because there is less cognitive elaboration, and so there's less a sense of being bothered, because it's not, your experience is not structured in this subject-object duality. So in a way, the botherness is decreased, and that's what we found, that the experts report less unpleasantness, so less being bothered, specifically in open presence compared to focused attention, and that was more than the novices. So I will be maybe a little bit faster here, but we explore the neural correlate of that. What you need to know is that in the brain, you can identify different brain functions that are reflecting the sensory, affective, cognitive aspect of pain. And we found that in a region called insula, in particular the entire insula, affective represent important in the affective response of pain and the anticipation of aversive event. We find a different profile of response when the experts were doing non-dual awareness, non-dual open presence, and it's as if there were less activation in this brain region before the stimulation of the pain. So that they knew they will receive pain like several dozen of seconds later, and there was less anticipatory response, but then a much more salient response during pain itself, and then a faster recovery from it. While the novices, there was much more like anticipatory activity before, and then it lasts much longer, the experience of pain, and so that was only in the affective aspect of the brain. In the sensory region, we didn't find a difference between the two groups, and that's our interpretation is that there is somehow a different way to engage affectively with the task in experts when you are less anticipating maybe, or maybe letting go more rapidly about the experience, and that could explain for the different profile that we found. And in a second study which we conducted in Lyon, we really focus on this notion of second hour of pain. And there is, in clinical psychology, there is this notion of pain catastrophizing, which is this notion that how we have a tendency to exaggerate negative orientation to our pain or on the anticipation of pain, how we can ruminate, magnify, or feeling helpless regarding to pain. And that's notion of pain catastrophizing in clinical psychology resonate very well with this notion of the second hour of pain. So we try to find a developed paradigm that could amplify this pain catastrophizing. And we try to manipulate a state of attention. We try to manipulate in the design try to magnify the sense of pain catastrophizing, and we also manipulate the state of the person, either they were doing open monitoring or being distracted, and we look whether that will modulate this sensory affective uncoupling. So as predicted, when you look at expert and novices, they report on psychometric scale have a less tendency to catastrophize. And then so I'm going to be quite fast on that one, but we design a task when they perceive warm or heat, and we manipulate their anticipation, how much they can be anxious about receiving a heat or heat one. And also we play with a tendency to ruminate about pain by looking at using short versus long trials. And each time we ask them after each trial to rate the intensity and unpleasantness. And we look at the difference between intensity and unpleasantness as a measure of this, as a way to measure the second hour of pain. So there was two states: a state of open of acceptance, relaxed awareness, we don't block anything, large field of awareness, compared to a state of being focused, distracted, and the participant will have to count on numbers during the task. So what we found with this design that when you compare these two states, so open monitoring and distraction, you find that they don't differ in intensity, but they, for both novice and experts, show less unpleasantness, which really demonstrate the role of this open awareness in helping to engage differently with the affective aspect of pain. And what we found is that the experts were particularly good at regulating the long trials. I mean, they were in general better at uncoupling the intensity and unpleasantness. So they were less bothered by the painful event, and particularly in the long trials, as predicted. And so what you could see what we were able to demonstrate is that your tendency to be catastrophizing pain could predict how unpleasant you experience during the task. So you people tend to be anxious or worried about or ruminating about painful events, report more unpleasantness, and that was also negatively correlated to an interesting scale we use called direct cell diffusion scales, which is essentially measuring how much you can de-reify. So the more you could describe a capacity to de-reify, or what is called cognitively diffuse, the more you report less unpleasantness. And that's provides some evidence to the fact that one mechanism by which you can regulate this pain in meditation, and particularly the second hour of pain, is through this de-reification mechanism, and that's particularly, and that is amplified by practice of open monitoring practice. So I will skip that one. But essentially, we found a difference between novice and experts. An interesting finding about how essentially they regulate pain in an effortless way. So when they start to be in open presence, they can regulate pain even when they are asked to be distracted. So that's an interesting observation, and I can talk about it later. So that's just a picture of our team in Lyon when we did the task, and I will finish with a presentation of the cube because Daniel Rinpoche mentioned it. So I can discuss it maybe during the discussion if you want, but that's a framework when we can present FA, OM, expertise, and again, it's a framework that is not supposed to be describing non-dual practices. It's just a framework that is used to describe the stage 1 to 3 in the model, but not the level 4. And I'm going to stop here and take some discussion, some question if you want.
The matrix has changed, and meta-awareness has become
reflexive awareness?
Yes.
Oh, actually, yes. It's the other way around. It used to be reflexive awareness, and then when we send to reviewer, there is some struggle. So at the end, to make a compromise, we put a meta-awareness. But that's an old slide if you want.
Oh, but that's a solution to one of our difficulties. That's very good. Thank you very much. That's really very good.
Thank you. Wait, Henk?
In our retreats, we also do the decoupling of the pain sensation, but we don't call it decoupling from the affect, which I here translate as the Vedana, the pleasant unpleasantness, but we decouple it from the aversion.
No, you're right. Thank you. You're totally right, Henk.
That's what you have been doing also, right?
Yeah. So it's really about the scale of pleasantness is how much is bothering you. So it's
the aversion.
Aversion. It's really thank you. It's often, that's what I appreciate when I present to this audience. I'm much more precise than, and you're right. So it's about aversion, and so the claim is that the intensity, if you want, intensity is more related to the Vedana.
Yeah, all right. Then speaking about aversion, in the beginning of your talk, you spoke about non-aversion, and yes. In that is dosa. I heard a nice translation of it. It's not the absence of dosa, but it is anti-dosa. That means if somebody is in that state, somebody comes in with a lot of dosa, the fact that you have dosa, it destructs the dosa, it melts it away. So just a remark, when you mentioned a non-aversion, one can translate it as, or at least one can understand it as anti-dosa, melting it away.
Yeah. So would you say? I mean, it's a good point. It's not. It's more like recognizing the aversion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Then the final thing, I was missing a plus in your matrix, in the sense that a person can have awareness of the strawberry and awareness of him or herself, and maybe wanting to eat it. Of course, that's a very mundane state when you see a strawberry and you feel, I'm craving for it. But since you were also depicting mundane states, I was missing those plus.
So your point is that when you, even in the mundane state, you will have plus, yeah.
Because
okay.
You plus minus, you did. But
yeah, so it's a good point. Let me rephrase it to see if I understand clearly. So, well, I didn't say that in these paradigms we have different level of appetences for the food. So some image you really like, strong appetences, and some images you are very neutral, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what you're saying, and I think I will agree, is that when you are a neutral image, you will have a plus for the object, say minus for the subject and minus for reflectivity. But when it's something you really like, you will have plus for the object, but also somehow plus for reflexivity. In that sense. That's what you're saying?
Yeah,
Yeah,
would fit in an extension of your diagrams.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very good point. I will agree. So it's when things are more salient, I would say it means that there is more clarity also. So I agree with your point.
Thanks.
So I think there was Antonino, then Lamadou.
Hello, Antoine. So really fantastic talk. What an overview of research and advancement, integrating really different. So I was wondering, Antoine, we have also done aligned with the beautiful model of Buddhist psychology on the 2 arrows of pain, and beautiful research at your lab, Arnaud and others. So we have measured also phenomenologically the identification, the level of feeling identified with the experience of pain. So also Henk was co-author. So our, let's say, dimensions of experience in our study were actually the pain, which was just one measure, which then there was the which could correspond to Vedana, no, in terms of Buddhist psychology. Then there was the aversion, actually, and there was identification. To what extent you felt identified with that experience of pain? So I was wondering what could be, one could expect a relationship between non-dual awareness meditation practices and the identification, because non-dual awareness practices work really on the self, no, or the kind of actually going beyond the self in the actual no experience. So I wonder how you will think this could be integrated in some studies, and what could be the relationship between the sense of identification or feeling caught by the experience, self-involvement, non-dual awareness practices, and, for example, pain experience.
Yes, I think it's a great framework what you described. I guess what you described, pain would be what we talk by intensity, and reaction could be unpleasantness. But I guess it's maybe better to call it reactive. I think it's nice. Yeah, identification. Well, it will make a lot of sense in OM. You can definitely see modulation between OM and, say, normal states.
Antoine, how would you displace the sense of identification, no, self-involvement in the phenomenological matrix, in a kind of phenomenological matrix approach, no? So the sense of feeling, could this be related to a sense of a deification of the self, in a sense, or?
I think whenever you reify, there is also a form of identification. For me, they're very closely related.
So you say the reification of the object, and then the subject gets reified as well. So.
Yeah, but that will be, again, I would say that would be really good to describe FA and OM. Now, for OP, that would be an interesting question to ask the experts here in the audience, because sometimes I think that they will simply, the question will not make sense to them. In the sense that they could answer, they could say, well, in a way, maybe I could, to some degree, I could answer to the question, but also it doesn't make sense on different levels. So it's as if they could answer to two questions, to answer A and non-A at the same time, meaning that they could maybe, this notion that it's a great question for maybe the practitioner here, but as Dario was mentioning, if you really understand form, when it's manifest, it's, you even if it's manifest, you can recognize its emptiness. So meaning that you could potentially answer to some scales related to the form, but also not being bothered at all. So I think we probably, so the 3 dimensions you have are great for FNOM, but I guess it would be interesting to see what would be the right question for OP, and yeah, I think we have not thinking enough about that.
Thank you, Antoine. Connecting to the interesting talk, very interesting talk of Henk, Henk seems to suggest that there are two aspects of the deification. One is the deification, or so to speak, of the self, of the subject, and the other is the deification of the, if you like, of the world, of the object, no, as two aspects that maybe go together, as you were suggesting.
Well, I know what you think, Henk, but my understanding is that when you do deify the object, it impacts the self because you're less bothered, but then there is somehow still a form of an observer. So if you could have a more deeper way to suspend this, to impact the self, is through this non-dual awareness. So the suspension, how you see things?
And in fact, one needs both anicca, anatta, so the deification of the world and of the self at the same time. And sometimes a meditator has only one of them, but then they get clinging to the other one, or that one is deified, they cling to this one. So, but it's important to deify both of them. And I was happy in your talk, Antoine, that for non-dual, you put 2 empty sets. So both the world and both the subject and both the object. That's more for the discussion, but maybe we can do that now.
Yes.
My early understanding of non-dual was that the subject disappears and that it becomes one with the world. But maybe that's a primitive notion of non-duality. But then there is clinging to the world. So Vipassana wants to go beyond that, but from the talks I heard this afternoon, you want to see both as empty. So where does this primitive notion of non-duality that I had come from, in which you have the unity with the world? I think some maybe beginners have the unity experience where they remain in the world. So maybe Rinpoche can say something about it.
Yes, we should go ahead. Please, Rinpoche, please go ahead, Rinpoche. Then we have more time for discussion.
Yes.
After.
Yes.
And
Yes, Professor. This is usually called monism.
Okay.
But thank you, Antoine, for this very deep and bright presentation. And it reconciled me with open monitoring. So we have focalized attention. Okay, this is namshe, this is consciousness, and this is dual. And we have open presence, completely open without center and periphery. And this is non-dual awareness. This is Rikpa, this is Yeshe. And in between, we've got open monitoring, which is not only the gross and heavy monitoring of ego, but Jinmei, releasing grasping, and which is co-natural with opening. So discovering sensorial opening. It opens. And this is the open monitoring. This is what we call abstract observer. This is what has been called abstract watcher. And this is in Mahmudra Dzogchen lineages, the heart Upadesha instruction to do the transition from Namshe to Yeshe, from consciousness to primordial awareness, non-dual awareness. And this is Rangjung Dorje's teachings. And thank you very much. That's really, and last also, identification and reification are simply proportional. The more subject, the more object. The more subjectification, the more objectification. Subject, object, density, proportional. So identification, subject, and reification, object, proportional. And this is Namshe, this is consciousness. And then there are different approaches, subitist, gradualist. But for the subitist, this is self-suspension. And self-suspension, which is a technical term, is non-dual epoche. This is a Claire Petit-Mangin vision, epoche. And I agree, and I subscribe, so to speak. And so meditation is a succession of epoche, but absolute epoche, non-dual epoche, consciousness epoche, self epoche, reification epoche, treacher, solidity, suspension, treacher. This is what is called yenmei, non-distraction, this repetition, this training into the experience of this non-dual epoche. So thank you again. And thank you.
Thank you, Rinpoche. I saw a question that may be of interest for the group in the chat, and they wanted to clarify something you saw on the Rinpoche in the graph. So one dimension was meta awareness and it's reflexive awareness. So and I know that's something that Lena is very keen about, an important distinction that she's always like try to.
Well, that's I understand the question. That's a big issue, the transition from meta awareness to reflexive awareness,
Yes,
which
yes.
is not the same thing at all.
Yeah, and so in a way, again, sort of clarification that there is a skillful mean in a way to create meta-awareness, because it's not something that is a concept that exists in the cognitive psychology, the notion of reflexive awareness. So we in the text we explain that there is probably two subdimensions, one which would be a dualistic form of meta-awareness, and one which is more potentially this reflexive awareness, that's the type of cognitive capacity that's, cognizing capacity, which manifests once you suspend the subject-object duality.
Well, that's your terminology. So I would ask you, what do you mean by meta-awareness? And I wondered, I discussed with a few of you, and meta-awareness, as I understand it, as the Mahmudra Dzogchen practitioner, is what in Tibetan is called Shishin. Shishin, everybody knows. In shamatha practice, there are two aspects, Janpa and Shishin, presence and vigilance. vigilance or watchfulness, it says also. And this watchfulness is what could be called a meta-awareness, a kind of a supervisor, a kind, sometimes it says a spy, a watcher, a kind of abstract watcher that supervise how your presence is good or not, and would can make you go back to authentic presence if you monitorize some problem. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that would exactly that's the most common sense is a sense of smrti. So the watcher, what's allowed for the vigilance. So smrti in Tibetan.
Smrti is Janpa in Tibetan.
Oh, sorry, it's in Sanskrit, yeah. So it's what is the vigilance capacity, that retentive capacity. But what you're describing is really this notion of a watcher. That there is so it's a capacity to monitor the moment-to-moment content of the mind. But that could be, but then that could take a deeper meaning when you are in a much more passive way. There is also a passive way to understand that, which is this when it's more a mode of being and not a mode of doing. And that's where the notion of reflexive awareness is maybe more appropriate.
Yes, yeah, yeah. And sati in Pali, sthirti in Sanskrit, janpa in Tibetan. The best translation we found is presence. Presence.
Not retention? No, or retention?
Presence.
Okay.
Janpa and is presence. And I just mentioned the 3 presences by Patrul Rinpoche in my talk. So that's it. There are 3 levels of presence, 3 presences. Well, it's a modelization, and these are all intermediates. But this?
Yes, but maybe it's as you like. But Elena, I want to say something. But if we go on the discussion now, we will not have time for the discussion later. Just okay, Elena?
Please.
Just very would you like me to start presenting, or can I briefly comment?
Just a few words, but very short, then it's better, I think. Yeah.
I'll try to keep it short. Yes, I think, well, again, meta-awareness, reflexive awareness, something Antoine and I have been discussing, but in the context of that matrix, because it doesn't include open presence, meta-awareness is kind of makes sense, right? As this, as the process of observing, then becomes a reified observer, could be reified into observer. So that's, I think Alan Wallace refers to that awareness of awareness. So that would be shamatha without support level of practice, right? And then reflexive awareness would be a term appropriate to open presence. So in open presence, we don't expect that splitting of awareness into it's natural cognizance and something observing that natural cognizance, because then we're back into the shamatha without support level, right? So so that's how we differentiate the two. And so reflexive awareness is not mentioned in the context of that paper because the matrix doesn't include open presence. Would that be fair to say? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Elena. Maybe we have just a minute of rest before you talk, so you can talk in an open space. So please, Elena, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so the title of my talk is Perceiving as It Is, Probing the Effects of Open Presence Practice on Sensory Information Processing. And quite a few things I'm going to be presenting echo what Antoine has talked about. I will try to use slightly different language and hopefully simple but not simplistic analogies for some of the concepts that I'm repeating in my presentation. And I'm going to speak about a research on state effect of open present practice on sensory habituation, trait effect of open presence practice on anticipatory attention, and trait effect of open practice on visual illusion perception. So state effects is actually asking the participants to adopt, to rest in open presence. And trait is the practitioners of open presence without explicit instructions to rest in the nature of mind, to measure how the practice of open presence might translate into trait effects. And Suzuki Roshi was mentioned, although I practice within Dzogchen, but I find that his way of talking about Zen practice, Soto Zen practice, there are a lot of similarities I recognize phonologically as a Dzogchen practitioner. And so his concept of a beginner's mind, I think, is quite relevant to the type of research that we've been doing, and therefore sort of predicted effects of how open presence practice, how non-dual practices should affect the brain and information processing that occurs, or we study at least at the brain level, but of course occurs throughout our bodies. And then does it? Okay. And as also been mentioned, his book Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind, is the best-selling Buddhist book in the history of the West, and I think it still remains true. And that concept was populated through that book. And I think a lot of research into the effect of meditation actually, whether explicitly or implicitly, makes predictions about how our cognitive function and information processing should change when we practice in the styles of meditation as practiced in Soto Zen, but also in Dzogchen and Mahamudra, that somehow it should dewire the habitual brain's patterns of having expectations, anticipations in our perception, our cognition, and our affect. And so we establish this sort of, we would tap into this beginner's mind where we experience every moment as new, even if we receive this sort of repetitive information, no matter how mundane it is and repetitive, we will have the freshness of perception. And so, for quote from the book, the aim of Zazen practice is to recover the beginner's mind and maintain it in daily life. And that concept of sort of happiness, contentment, freedom of suffering is tied up with that ability to develop beginner's mind, to have this freshness of even the most mundane experiences, and so on. I also wanted to bring into the conversation this way of talking about different stages of mindfulness, so using mindfulness as a term. We just talked about Jampa Sati in Pali, Smriti in Sanskrit, that usually just refer to this kind of, Antoine referred to it as this ability to sort of retain information in a way that's not really similar with the concept of sort of working memory, being aware of what is happening right now in one's mind. And so it would be sort of a first stage of practice, that effortful mindfulness. You know, the Royal Seal of Mahamudra uses mindfulness all the way to actually resting in the nature of mind. And the term samadhi in that context refers to stability of resting in the nature of mind without the grasping to either the object or the subject, which, as Daniel Rinpoche explained, they co-arise as soon as there is a fixation on the object, identification with the subject arises, and vice versa. And so these stages, we can link them to also practice of shamatha with support. That would be more effortful mindfulness of the beginner, and then moving to more effortless mindfulness, which can also be, mindfulness of the object, but it becomes less effortless. And then king mindfulness would refer to the stage where we're starting to rest into the nature of mind, but still, the stability might not be completely there. The habitual grasping patterns might arise from time to time, particularly when we're dealing with very strong affect. Emotions, very strong emotions tend to bring the subject, or as Antoine was saying, objects that that are salient to us, food we like, that might bring fixation on the object, and therefore subject will co-arise in our experience with that subject-object structure. And then stage 4 refers to now in supreme mindfulness. Well, now we're able to rest in the nature of mind without ever kind of slipping back into that reified subject-object emerging to structure our experience. And John Donne, in his paper in Contemporary Buddhism in the special issues of mindfulness, he coined the term non-dual mindfulness. And as in the description, sort of introduction to this conference, it's used interchangeably, synonymally with open presence. So I'm just kind of bringing that in because we haven't mentioned that before, but that would be referring to the practice stages 3 and 4, resting in non-dual awareness. But in stage 3, this is still a little bit shaky, as my teacher Tsoknyi Rinpoche calls it, sort of baby Rigpa. And then stage 4 would be, a fully blown, mature sort of adult who can walk and run and not sort of wobble into the old ways. So the research that I have done would have been with the practitioners, let's say, who have the king mindfulness. I don't think I tapped into the practitioners, we can say, at stage 4 of the practice. And another reason why I also like this 4 stages is they're more phenomenological. They more kind of point to us, this is where the practitioner is. We're not instructing practitioners now practice effortful mindfulness, right? Normally teachers will not emphasize that effort is required. It's just a stage of practice that generally people would go through. It's usual, but it's not necessary. And we can say the same about shamatha without support. It's a practice that is there, it's explained, but if we can rest straight into the nature of mind, we don't have to go through, years of shamatha without support. It's something we can discuss later on. But the reason I like this kind of more phenomenological way of talking about stages is that goes directly to how this is experienced. Yeah, so we have stages of practice as defined conceptually, but also how it is experienced by the practitioner. Effortful, effortless, completely stable, or starting to gain stability. So this first study that I want to talk about was actually, the idea for it has arisen when I was at my first Dzogchen retreat led by Tsoknyi Rinpoche, and I was practicing resting in Rigpa. Not that I was resting in Rigpa, but I was practicing resting in Rigpa. And there was this repeated sort of noise in the room coming, I think, from the pipe system, constant sort of clicking. And I noticed that 2 things were present in my experience of it. I was aware of each subsequent noise, rather than kind of habituating to it and stop paying attention to it. And I didn't find it aversive, it was just there. And so I thought, would be interesting to study this with Dzogchen practitioners to see whether they show reduced habituation to repetitive stimuli. And then I was reading Zen in the Brain, James Austin book, and he uses this, he refers in his book, this is a quote, meditative approach called mindfulness, or opening up meditation would be just the reverse of habituation, for it implies staying so receptive that each stimulus seems new, fresh, and important. That's sort of, again, beginner's mind idea. And I then came across this study. It was very small, just 4 Soto Zen practitioners, and they were played repeated auditory clicks. So they were not startling, but just monotonous clicks. And the interesting thing about the brain, that it starts filtering out those clicks very quickly in non-meditators. So by about fourth or fifth click in non-meditators, the brain starts filtering it out, not responding to it, actually. And even if you ask the non-meditators to pay attention to the clicks, the brain just, the brain's response becomes less and less to it. But these 4 Soto Zen practitioners showed the same freshness of response as was measured by EEG, the electrodes on the skull. They showed the same alpha blocking is the index of sort of habituation, we can say, or responsiveness of the brain to stimulus. That didn't habituate, so this alpha blocking didn't habituate in their brain. Becker and Shapiro tried to replicate this effect. It was, again, quite small study, and they compared Zen lay practitioners and yoga and TM practitioners, and 2 meditation naive control groups. And all the participants in all groups, they were asked to attend to each click or ignore each click, and there was no difference found between the groups or within the groups. So it might be, small sample. There was also very heterogeneous duration of practice. Some practiced, only for 3 years, only for 20 years, some practice for 20 years. And so intensity of practice might be more important than a duration. When we talk about this 10,000 hours, right? So I can accumulate 10,000 hours of practice over 20 years, or as Antoine gave an example, I can accumulate it over a 3-year retreat, right? So that would make my practice more intense. And we would expect that more intense practice is more likely to have an effect on these hardwired mechanisms in the brain. Yeah. So then in our lab, we used so-called startle reflex. So if there's a loud noise in the environment, we have this reflex that we can't control. The sort of exhibited by Tom and Jerry here. And here it meant to demonstrate habituation, so that the startle becomes less and less, like with those clicks, the alpha blocking becomes less and less as there are more startling noises are played to the person, and very similar to those monotonous sounds. By 4th or 5th startle, there is hardly any response. Paul Ekman and colleagues have published a case study of Mathieu Ricard, who I'm sure you're all aware of. And so Mathieu was resting in open presence when these clicks were played to him. Or actually, there was shotguns behind the head of the participants through the loudspeakers, much more loud and invasive than what we use in our lab, actually. And this is Paul Ekman here. I'll play a video in a minute, but just explain the setup. So Paul Ekman is watching the participants, and he's rating the facial expressions and therefore rating the sort of the magnitude of the startle. And what was interesting, and you will see in the video in a moment, that Mathieu didn't startle as much as non-meditators, but also that smaller startle, it didn't habituate. It remained sort of the same throughout the trials. So let's hope the video will play.
Oh, geez.
Okay, so not a very pleasant experiment, but as I mentioned in our lab, we don't play such loud noises to the participants. They're not as startling. And we, rather than having an expert to rate startle reflex, we measure the eye blink intensity, the electromyogram, so the contraction of the muscle, by placing electrodes under the eye, on the muscle under the eye. And we had 12 Dzogchen practitioners, Dzogchen and Mahamudra practitioners with the intensive practice. So not 10,000 hours, but just accumulated more hours within shorter period of time. And 12 what we call moderate practice, and that was defined as kind of an hour a day over the years of practice, or maybe somewhat less. And anything above an hour a day over the years, total years of practice, was classified as an intensive practice. And then there were 12 meditation naive controls. I won't go through the paradigm. This is just for those who are interested. So these are the amplitude of startle reflex through these 36 trials, split into 3 blocks of 12. And meditation naive participants, you can see they initially had quite strong response and then habituated. It recovered somewhat at the beginning of block 3, when there is a longer interval between the last trial of block 2 and the first trial of block 3. Interestingly, moderate practitioners were more sensitive to they startled more to begin with. So there's a certain sensory sensitization happens when we relatively these are not complete novices, but moderate practice of open presence, so it makes one more sensitive, but also made them habituate more. And then intensive practitioners, they had a similar response to the first startle as meditation naive, but then the response, it's fluctuated a little bit, but more or less stayed on the same level. And you can see it here. This is a habituation curves, the steepness of habituation curve in 3 groups, meditation naive, moderate, and intensive practitioners. This is overall habituation is significantly less in intensive practitioners, and an intensity of practice was significantly correlated with the habituation slope. So more intense practice, less habituation. So these effects were a bit tentative in the sense that there wasn't kind of significant group by block interaction, but the overall habituation, particularly between the moderate and this group, meditation naive and intensive group and moderate and intensive group were significantly different. But it was a quite small sample. It's not easy, as Antoine will attest, to recruit experienced practitioners. And so what are the kind of pros and cons of less habituation? In terms of cons, it's known to be associated with less impulsivity and sensation seeking. And we can sort of extrapolate from the Buddhist framework point of view, should lead to more contentment. It is also linked to creativity, that more open sensory information processing is linked to ability to think out of the box, have fresh approaches, new approaches to problem solving. But it's also observed in schizophrenia, and it's associated with psychosis proneness. But these conditions tend to arise because of what we call hyper self-referencing. We can say there's a hyper self-identification with the subject in those states. And so with meditation, if we are practicing non-identifying and non-reactivity, then this openness, more open sensory information processing, does not by definition lead to psychotic or schizophrenic states, right? So it's only on the when it's combined with hyper self-referencing, which is exactly what non-dual awareness practices unwind in us, those tendencies to self-reference experience. So the way we looked at anticipatory attention is using well-established paradigm called using sort of eye movement, tracking eye movement. So that would be a target presented to the participant, and in so-called saccade condition, the participant will be instructed just to follow the target as it moves through the screen. And in healthy people, non-meditators, the eyes often go, jump a little bit faster than the target moves, and so that they have to correct their saccade, the movement. Saccade is the movement of the eye towards the target. So they often have to correct, and you can measure this sort of corrective catch-up errors. So they keep catching up. They either overshooting or undershooting. So those catch-up errors you can measure. And in anti-saccade, you give the instruction to the participants to move away from the target. So to look at in the opposite direction of the target movement. And it's quite a difficult task for non-meditators. They do tend to commit quite a bit of errors on anti-saccade task because presumably of this sort of anticipating a target movement, but then you kind of have a 50% chance of being right, being correct. And what we found is that meditators had fewer catch-up errors and anticipatory saccades. And they also showed low individual variability of gain in special areas over trials, and better sort of ability to follow the target, and also anti-saccade performance significantly correlated with high scores on self-report measure of mindfulness called 5-facet mindfulness questionnaire, and 2 of the facets observed and non-reactivity were significantly correlated with better ability to perform on this task. So it was quite robust finding. And of course, it's kind of examples from sport relevant here in terms of anticipatory attention. What is it good for? We know penalty situation, the goalie would be using the movement of the player to anticipate in which direction the ball will fly. And again, if it's a correct anticipation, it will enhance the performance, but you can also make an error. And of course, the footballers play on that and will make sort of distracting movements to mislead the goalie, which would be used by this kind of active inference process that Antoine was talking about for the goalie to predict which way to throw himself. And so if the goalie is actually not anticipating but completely present, they have a better chance of catching the ball, because they will be very quick to react to the information that occurs in real time rather than relying on these predictions. Of course, and we can talk, maybe Antoine, we can discuss these things at the general panel, the levels at which we might anticipate meditation to kind of break this anticipatory attention, and where it might be useful and where it might not be useful, and might enhance performance or impair performance. Those are things that are yet to be investigated. And these 2 tennis players, Federer and Djokovic, who I'm sure if you like tennis, that they probably the most interesting pair to watch, because both of them practice meditation, and both of them at various points in the interviews have highlighted the fact that their performance is improved, and their ability to sort of hit the ball is improved when they drop into this non-anticipatory attention, when they're completely present, embodied, and they have this complete openness, this athlete zone state to respond to the ball as it flies, rather than anticipating and then being, correct 50% of the time and wrong maybe another 50% of the time, or whatever the gains are of having anticipatory attention. So visual illusions is another interesting way to study the effects of open presence, because the visual system is known to heavily rely on context and heavily rely on what Anton talked about, this sort of priors and our past experiences and concept. He gave an example of frog, recognizing a frog, this sort of top-down influence from the frontal cortex and higher cognitive areas upon how visual cortex processes information is part and parcel of visual processing in non-meditators. And so visual illusions catch us with that. So most of the time, this is a very efficient way of processing information. It speeds up object recognition, speeds up our action, but it also can lead with errors and visual illusions is a good example of that. So visual illusions refer to the discrepancies between the perceptual, how we perceive the object, and its actual physical properties, right, of an object or visual stimulus. And there are different types of visual illusions, but there are so-called context-based visual illusions that are playing on different perceptual features, such as brightness or luminous, size, and geometry. This is a sort of classic example of brightness or illuminance illusion called white's illusion. So in this panel A, those gray lines, the vertical lines, they're actually the same luminance, there's the same brightness, but they appear to us differently because of the context in which they're placed. So this one is between the black lines, horizontal black lines, and this is on them. So that the contrast here that provides the context leads to different perception. So here is they're seen as more similar, but here the physical properties are perceptually they're more similar, but the physical properties are different. So this one is a much lower luminance or brightness than this one physically, and so you can manipulate the luminance or brightness of this line against this line and measure sort of this threshold of susceptibility. This is a classic example of size illusion, Ebbinghaus illusion. So these two circles, gray circles, are actually the same physically. They're the same size. But for most of you, I think, because this one is surrounded by smaller circles, so it's looks bigger than this one. So the context provided by the yellow circles, affects the way we judge the size of the gray circles. And here actually, again, we can manipulate the size of the inner circles, keeping these ones constant, and find the threshold of susceptibility when the person starts perceiving them as the same or different. And this is an example of geometry illusion, Poggendorf illusion. So this line is actually straight, but because it's occluded by this bar, it looks as if this bit is shifted to the right. And again, we can manipulate the degree of this shift and find this threshold. And only one study, unless I'm not aware of them, maybe Antoine have done them as well, and going to be publishing soon, but I'm aware of only one study that reported the effect of this visual illusions, susceptibility to visual illusions in long-term Zen practitioners. So it was there in long-term Zen practitioners, but not novices compared to controls. And that was for Poggendorf illusion. And we recently administered all three, White's illusion, Poggendorf, and the Ebbinghaus illusion to Dzogchen and Mahamudra practitioners, and they were less susceptible to Ebbinghaus illusion, the size illusion, but we didn't replicate the effect for the Poggendorf illusion in our study. So what might be going on more generally, and that's probably, Anton, do forgive me, because this is an Antonino, this kind of simplistic way of talking about it, and we can maybe bring more complexity during the general discussion. But most of our information processing in a kind of in a healthy brain that didn't know meditation, non-dual practice, predominantly, and I speak about it in relative terms because, of course, it's constantly changing and it's very dynamic and it's context dependent. But quite a lot of it is what we call top-down dominated. So the higher cognitive areas, frontal areas, influence the way the sensory information is processed in the primary sensory cortices, whether it's visual, auditory, tactile, and so on. And I don't know how this was established. I never could find out, but you can find in the literature that prefrontal cortex, well, we know that prefrontal cortex has very strong projections to the thalamus, and thalamus is a sensory gate into the cortex, particularly for the visual information, partly auditory and tactile, of course. And then Rinpoche mentioned that this kind of openness, sensory openness, is one of the things that occurs during the progression of open presence practice. So we would expect that this projection of the prefrontal cortex on thalamus and the filtering that happens at the thalamic level to diminish with non-dual practices, and leading to kind of more bottom-up dominated information flow. And there are various, I don't have time to go into it, but there, apart from the research I've mentioned, there are various other pointers that this is the case in long-term practitioners using EEG, using functional magnetic resonance imaging, and the thalamus is also kind of more active, more open. And I came across this quote in Upanishad, actually, and I'm thinking whether they were talking about thalamus potentially, where the skull device, there lies the gate of God. And so this idea of being open and present to our experiences, including our senses, somehow linked to effectively to a content state of mind, and possibly through this kind of perception minus expectation. So if we don't have expectations, and therefore would and don't anticipate certain events, we're more or less likely to be disappointed, right? Anton talked about this kind of active inference and predictive error minimization to minimize surprise. And this is one of the way of talking about it. And this is sort of using an analogy of fortune cookie, you know, that our brain in many ways and in many conditions works as a kind of predictive engine. And here it is predicting a great day, but most of the time we know, unless we're practitioners, our brains are wired towards anticipating unpleasant events and trying to prevent them from occurring, right? So I will come back to it. So the idea would be that long-term mindfulness practice, open presence practice with more intensive practice regimes appears to produce measurable effects on what is considered to be hardwired processes. So the intensive practice is key here. And there will be instances when intensive practice and years of practice coincide, but that there will be also when they're dissociable, and therefore we might not observe effects for years of practice, but will observe effect for intensity of practice. And these effects appear to be consistent with what would be predicted by House of non-dual mindfulness should affect information processing and this idea of beginner's mind, less reliance on past beliefs and expectations, anticipations about future events. To what extent that rewires sort of the dynamic from top down to bottom up, and to what extent it arrests this kind of process of active inference and this function of the brain as predictive engine, at which levels of information processing that might be useful and at which that might be detrimental. Obviously, it's still helpful for me to have active inference when I want to grasp a glass and not miss it. So at more basic level, motor level action, that might be very useful, but maybe higher cognitive level, it starts generating more misery than happiness. I think this would be interesting questions to explore empirically in the future. Just Henk mentioned we need to come up with other ways of measuring expertise. So Anton showed a few ways of doing it with mismatch negativity as a good index. Our work on startle habituation, eye movements, those could be used as objective ways of measuring practice effects and expertise levels on the stage 3, stage 4 practices when we enter in sort of non-dual states. If we have the kind of right predictions and if we can agree on the predictions of what we would expect to happen with the information processing and cognition more generally. And because it came up a few times in our conversation already, and as we're going to be moving to general discussion, I just wanted to share with you those couple of slides on 10 hours of practice criteria. So it has been, as Anton mentioned, populated particularly after this paper, which emphasized kind of the role of deliberate practice and the acquisition of expert performance. But then more subsequent research showed that the devil is in the detail. And actually, if you look at specifically, they were looking here at chess and music, and it's only that 1/3 of variance was explained by deliberate practice. So one third, only 30% of variance was explained by this sort of 10,000 hours over. So there's quite a lot that 10,000 or the total hours of practice don't explain. And of course, it's a little bit circular. If I'm good at music, I'm more likely to stick to it. If I'm good at violin playing, I'm more likely to stick to it and accumulate 10,000 of practice than if I'm tone deaf. And so also this 10,000 hours tends to be a little bit circular. So I will end there. Thank you very much for your attention. Just acknowledging also my collaborators, Professor Vinay Kumari, Professor Ulrich Ettinger. We collaborated on the startle habituation and eye movement, and Dr. Ben Jennings on the visual perception, susceptibility in meditators. And these are the founders of the research I shared with you today.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much. Just a second of integration. So thank you very much, Elena, for your presentation. And now we can have some question, remarks about Elena's presentation, where we were supposed then to have an hour for discussion. And now, if we look at our timetable, we were supposed to end the conference at 7:15. Now it is 7 o'clock, so we can go until 7:30 maybe.
I don't know, Lhündroup, if that is convenient. I feel that we have had also very interesting discussion anyway. We had more distributed, no, across rather than concentrated. No, I think that is a bit my impression.
There's no problem. Yes, I think there's no problem. I just give you the information about the stage.
Yeah, I'm happy to make some general comments, but first, perhaps, because we also like to have some conclusion, and now Elena, definitely some questions for Elena. I have seen Antoine probably going to, Lamadi.
Yes, well, we can go, well, let's first see what's, if you have any remarks or question to Elena.
Rinpoche. And thank you. Persevering as it is in nowness. That was brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. And I learned Suzuki Roshi was a Dzogchen. Therefore, Dzogchen are Shikantaza practitioners. This is Zen and Dzogchen Rime. Non-duality and beginner's mind, of course. Datar di Shepa, nowness, as the Vidyadhara said. Datar di Shepa in Tibetan. Freshness of perception, immediacy. Present is always new. This is nowness, newness. The more practice, the less habituation, the less we are conditioned by our samskara. Samskara, that's the Sanskrit word. Our habituation. Less anticipation, that was good. And this is what we say, what we explain as the samurai situation on the battlefield. In that case, a samurai is supposed to be a real practitioner, is fully in open presence. And he won't miss target number 2. This is, he is aware of, and he has the panoramic vision, and he won't miss target number 2. No, then he won't miss target number 3. He is fully aware. And this naked perception, I think you said there's a lot of vocabulary. Bare perception, naked perception, illusion-free perception. That's what we call cherton, naked vision. Vision without superimposed conceptual projections. So, and to finish, there could be a lot to say. And dividing, this is Satan word. Satan, the diable, le diable, devil, diabolos, is the one who separates. Demon, and better, diabolos, I don't know, devil, is who brings duality in many aspects and forms. And non-dual mindfulness as open mindfulness. Very good, excellent. We don't have intelligence. I don't know. Intelligence is not British, it seems. It's not very much used in a British dictionary. It's for secret services, but please.
Okay, thank you, Rinpoche. Is there any other comments?
Yes.
Dario Roshi.
Yes.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for your talks. And just one little thing about beginner's mind, since it's the title of, can you hear me well? Since it's the very famous title of Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind by Suzuki Roshi. Since we have been talking about making a dictionary and understanding each other and how we use the word, it's interesting to note that beginner's mind in Japanese is Soshin, and Soshin traditionally translates bodhicitta. So yes, it is to have an open mind, the freshness of the mind as a beginner, but please remember that there is also the element of bodhicitta. Well, you all know that we have two kinds of bodhicitta. The bodhicitta of arriving, when the bodhicitta, the mind is completely enlightened, but bodhicitta is also at the beginning, when you start your path. And Soshin indicates the beginning of the path, the awakening of the mind. And so when we start to walk on the path to salvation. So, and then there is this word, body, enlightenment, that is important not to dismiss too easily. And that goes to another element that I wanted to stress. I appreciated that Antoine mentioned Buddhism as a soteriology. So yes, it's freedom from suffering, but soteriology is soterio, is salvation, literally. So yes, in history of religion, we do consider Buddhism as a soteriology, that is a salvation. So it's not only a matter of getting rid of suffering, is a matter of salvation. And again, I think it's important to remember that the Four Noble Truths are four. And it seems to me that in this discussion, we are keep on avoiding the third Noble Truth, nirvana. Yes, nirvana is the end of suffering, but please, let's remember that the aim is nirvana. And let me tell you a story. So when there was a retreat in Nepal, with people coming from US and people coming from Asia, a person from Asia asked to an American practitioner if he had a plaster, a Band-Aid. So the American practitioner said, yes, of course, and gave to the Asian person a plaster, a Band-Aid, and this person took the plaster and put it on her head. And so the American person asked, did you hurt your head? And the Asian person answered, no, I have a headache. Now, the problem is that since the person from Asia heard that plaster or Band-Aid has a healing power, she was using the plaster in order to heal headache. But as a Western, we know that plaster is used for something else. What I'm trying to say is that if we don't understand what is the general idea and general meaning of Buddhist practice, and in particular meditation, we we may risk to look into the wrong direction. We may risk to use meditation as a plaster in order to heal a headache, and it will never work, because the plaster works as a plaster. And of course it has a healing power, but protecting the wound, not to heal headache. So if we don't understand Buddhism as a soteriology and only as a way of getting rid of suffering, well, we are missing the point. We may look in the wrong direction. So I think it's very important to keep in mind the third noble truth, and about nirvana. Let's not forget that. It's not only a matter of getting rid of suffering. Yes, dukkha nirodha gamini pratipad. Yes, of course. The path leads to the cessation of suffering, meaning nirvana. And also with nirvana, nirvana that we can translate as cessation or extinguishment. And it comes from the Sanskrit root nir, that means extinguishing, that was used by the Brahmins when they extinguished the fire in the temple. But it was very, very clear to people listening to the Buddha using the word nirvana that the fire was not extinguished, but was going into some dormant, unmanifest state, not a state of non-existence. So for Indians of that time, this understanding of nirvana would have been implicit and unavoidable. When they heard that the Buddha attained nirvana, they would understand it to be an attainment of a dormant or unmanifest condition. So going back to where I started at the beginning of this meeting, when I said a letter from home. So it was clear to any Indian people listening to the Buddha that nirvana was alluding to reconnecting with the dormant state. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Henk, please.
Let me go on after Dario Roshi's talk about enlightenment and go back to a remark of Antoine about anicca and anatta, the changeability and the selflessness, whether one implies the other. Now, for advanced practitioners, it's written that some enter through anicca to the path and others by anatta. So for some reason, you cannot have them together at once, but one comes first. That's the entrance for this type of personality. And then the other comes. But it can also be the other way. And then dukkha, the suffering, is also an entrance. And the relation is that both, at least in anicca and anatta, both are de-reifications. And for some people, they have more hold here, other people more hold there. But then once you see this collapse, the other collapses too. And you need to be advanced because otherwise you cling to one. And then a technical remark about Whitmarsh I want to do privately with Antoine because we do not have much time, right? You disagreed with me, but I didn't say anything yet, so I cannot defend myself.
Oh, no, just a quick one. It was just to say that it was, sorry, you're right, but it was just to say that what I heard, and it's probably not what you meant, but that I heard that you can have a brain marker algorithm of say certain meditative state, and for me that I'm always very, very cautious about I think that the starting point is the experience and then correlate it instead of, that's all.
It's a combination of EEG and behavioral activity, but I will speak about it later.
Thanks.
Then Rinpoche mentioned that the meaning of samadhi is being deeply connected with the object. I think in Theravada, that's what is called mindfulness, to be deeply connected with the object. And of course, you need samadhi for the two. but maybe at another occasion we can deepen this. Anyway, this is a very important thing to connect deeply with whatever is there in your practice. So thank you for mentioning that. Thank you. Oh yeah, and finally to Elena, the magician was also present in your talk when you spoke about this visual illusions. And in some sense, your talk fitted before mine, but also after mine it fits. So thank you also.
Yes, Rinpoche, please.
Thank you very much, Professor. And nirvana, as you explained, is extension. Nirvana. It's like fana, but extension. It's like the butter lamp that extinguishes. But extension of what? Extension of ego, self, extension of duality. And this extension, lo se this is the terminology, same extension. And this extinction is said in Tibetan, Dzogchen. Dzog has two meanings, perfection and extension. Dzog means exhausted, finished, extinguished. So, thank you. Great, thank you. And
great. Oh, so Lamadeni, please.
Excuse me?
Please continue where you were talking. Sorry, I had raised my hand, but please.
No, I could say a lot of things, but this soteriological approach, salvation approach, freedom, this is a freedom approach, brave heart, freedom. That's a bodhisattva warrior, freedom. So, yes. And Anita, anatta, impermanence, non-self. An impermanent self is not very consistent. Tomorrow I'll be dead. And we die from instant to instant. So yeah, there's a deep connection in between impermanence and anatta. Yogit says mitadren. This is keep in mind impermanence, mitadren, which be present to impermanence. Be impermanent. Don't be in individualistic ideologic fixation. Oh.
Thank you. Really, what a wonderful discussion. And I wanted to bring another point, having been involved in a research group, interdisciplinary of 12 researchers, including the phenomenologist and cognitive scientist Sean Gallagher, David Vago, Elaine Slachter, and Henk, and so we are really been working about the issue of the self and actually the effects of Buddhist meditation is also related to Buddhist psychology. And also we have addressed some issues related to mindfulness. And of course, there was also, we also brought in the reflection about the issue of reflexive awareness that we have considered today, and kind of distinction suggested in our group and discussed with the phenomenologist Sean Gallagher about reflective awareness and reflexive awareness, where the reflexive awareness links more to the momentariness of experience. So it could be more related to sati, to mindfulness, whereas if you consider the classic reflective awareness, which is also emphasized in phenomenological models of the self, the distinction between pre-reflective self and reflective self. The reflective element is may involve a kind of more of language or the discursive mind, whereas the reflexive awareness is more momentary, in this sense. So we have been discussing about this distinction between this reflective awareness and the reflexive awareness. And then a very core point of discussion was to what extent we can really have, if you like, experience and, if you like, without a self. No, even in the theories of the self, there is often reference about the minimal self. In a way or the other, you have some level, minimal level of the self, like bodily self, minimal self, that you cannot avoid. And if we refer to the phenomenologies, Husserl and Varela, Francisco Varela has been considering this, the fact that our consciousness experience as a kind of structure, temporal structure. There is a kind of matrix, a minimal matrix of the experience, which always has these elements of retention and protension, and a bit like the experience of a melody. So Sean Gallagher seemed to really say that really we cannot have, say, a mindfulness of experience of a pure now without this minimal self element, which relates to these retentional and protensional elements. And so others in our group coming more from the Buddhist psychology background or Buddhist meditation or mindfulness were more of the idea that at the given point we become free of the self, and then you have maybe this could be related to the non-dual awareness. So I wanted just to share and connect to the reflections today, this experience we have had in this interdisciplinary group. And I think this is an issue that is, of course, needs more discussion. That was just some share. With great appreciation, really, for what has been presented by the speakers and the discussion, the high-level discussion. And with a great participation, I can see this great possibility of exchanges between contemplatives and Dharma teachers and the scientists. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you very much, Antonino.
Thank you, Antonino. Just to respond to what you just talked about and tie it up with other threads that have emerged through presentations and discussions today. I think that distinction between minimal and narrative self of Sean Gallagher is very useful. And also in relation to what Venerable Dario Doshin was talking about, that sort of that duality should be the part of non-duality, right? So I'm kind of I will articulate my thought, just bringing different strands into it and see if we can sort of relate them together. I might not understood correctly what you meant, but this is my interpretation of what was said and how these things might relate to each other. And my doctrine teacher, Tsoknyi Rinpoche, he uses this, maybe Daniel Rinpoche could point to us what it is translation of in Tibetan, but he talks about 4 selves, 4 levels of selves, right? Mere self, that's appearing self, then reified self, Yeah, so this idea of mere self that emerges as a, you know, an ego function that I require in my daily life to navigate around the objects, to talk to another person, you know, that sort of loose, subtle structure that arises as a kind of fulcrum, particularly in the interaction of subject and object or intersubject. If it's not reified, it's sort of not a problem, right? And it doesn't lead to suffering as such. It's a kind of useful tool, it's a useful way to organize perception and interaction. But and the minimal self that arises through mapping the body and the environment, my position, you know, what is to my left, what is to my right, what is my kind of affective state at the moment, that sort of proto-self of Antonio Damasio. Again, has a very useful function. We don't want to lose that, right? Because functioning in the real world will become difficult. And that's probably, I'm guessing, Venerable Dario, that what you were referring to as this kind of duality that has to exist within non-duality, right? But then if I don't know if it's right, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is how I'm interpreting it. But then if there is reification, there is identification with that subject, and that minimal self becomes a narrative self, an independent self that stretches from the past to the future and has all this baggage of expectations, prior beliefs, anticipations about what I want to happen in the future. Then we have a problem. Then we have a sort of reified subject-object structure, and then we have, you know, Buddhist teachings on how to then go back to that from the structure to the fulcrum. Yeah, so I will kind of just come up with this distinction. I don't know if it's useful, sort of subject-object as a rigid structure that then starts structuring all our perceptual experience and interactions and higher cognition, versus this fulcrum that just allows us to be functional in a context-dependent manner, and that also is very fluid. You know, if I'm meditating, if I'm resting in the nature of mind, that doesn't need to be there. The mere self doesn't need to be there, right? I don't need it. It's not functionally relevant. But as soon as I start moving around and I interact with someone, it is useful for it to emerge as a process that guides my behavior and guides my interactions. And so, yeah, so this kind of mere self, which I would link to minimal self or proto-self, and then we go to reified self, and then he talks about, I think, social self. Antoine, do you remember the fourth one?
Yeah.
Or is there three? But let's stop at three. So yeah, with my kind of personal reified self, how I perceive myself as a person, and then the self as I present to others. So that would be social self. And we have parallels to that, of course, in cognitive neuroscience and affective neuroscience. So I think, there's processes of its solidification is something that we are starting to understand, but there's still a lot to be done.
Maybe Lama Denis or comment. I can see a raised hand. Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much. A very useful comment, very to the point. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And if it is conclusion, well, there's a question by Antoine. He says, why the mere self cannot project in the future or in the past? Why not? Well, I don't say the problem, but we can speak about it now. And my conclusion would be a wish, a hope. We had such a good and deep today exchanges. And could we go on working on the matrix of cognition? We are not far from achieving it. The matrix of cognition, a modelization, a phenomenological modelization of condition, kind of a modern Abhidharma. And Abhidharma, Yogacara, Chittamatra, Madhyamaka, Shenton, with the modelization of the element, the interrelation in between the element, the network, the pulsations, the rhythm, the harmonic resonances, and the time and space wheel. This is a Kalachatra and Vairocana Tantra. And but such modelization is at hand. It's logical. Madhyamaka is based on only two valid modes of condition, which is logic and direct immediate experience, none other. So that's scientific. We can do it. That's all from me.
Thank you. I think so, Antoine is saying that he will leave. Well, we can, and also Henk was proposing in his advice at the beginning that we could make a retreat with half discussion and half contemplation. That is a good idea also for next for the future. And so if you want to make a word to say something, Antoine, before we leave, before we say,
oh, well, very briefly, thank you very much again for these wonderful exchanges. Yeah, I just for your information, that there is some ongoing project that I start to see in the field about modeling meditation, but it's getting quite sophisticated now. And so, for instance, there are several proposals about modeling with the framework I mentioned, active inference, modeling meditation practice. So it's really emerging and sparkling here and there in the world. There's 3 or 4 proposals already. So I think within the next couple of years, there will be 2-3 years, there will be several models of meditation, I think, which will be present. Yeah, so maybe for another time.
Please keep in touch. We're working to train an IA to do such. Ecosystem for experience training, awaken experience training.
Yeah, I see. It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's a big topic, and I'm not sure you. Yeah. I don't know sure how IA can simulate the silence of the Buddha when he was teaching. But
that's a big question. But since Madhyamaka is logical, at least in logic, we can modelize, we can do a phenomenological modelization,
sure.
Documentation.
But that's happening now, actually.
Promote interdependence.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Venerable Dario, do you have any comments or tuitions? Or?
Oh, a very brief one. Can I share the screen?
Yes. Please, Dario, please.
Okay. I'll show you very quickly a picture that will tell you. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
It's my teacher with Kalu Rinpoche. And this is my conclusion. My teacher, Reb Anderson Tenshin Roshi, studied with Kalu Rinpoche. So this is, again, one way of saying that we are one. Thank you.
Nice, thank you. Okay, so thank you very much to all of you, and thank you for this very warmly animate debate, and very full of intelligence, intelligence, and also sensibility. And so thank you very much. I think it's we went a step further since the last time. We went deeper, much deeper. So, and I think it maybe it's also the natural way of human beings. You know, first time we meet, the Chinese, they say that. First time we meet, the second time we get to know more each other, and the third time we get friends. So we have, and we're already friends now, I think. But and then, so I hope we can envision a new conference in the next months or in the next year, or I don't know. So we will have a meeting with Antonino and with Ron and see what we can do. And we have different possibilities for tema. We will, as Rinpoche says, a matrix or anything, from many things that we can do in the future. So thank you very much. Thank you to all the participants. Thank you very much to Thibaut, who managed all the technical arrangements, and before and during and after. Also, he will send. So we will have the video on the EBU website for everybody, and it will be sent to all the people who register. So thank you, Thibaut, and thank you to Ron for the EBU presidents, and also to Moritz, who have organized the publication on EBU website and the communication, and Emilia, who is doing the magazine, EBU magazine. So thanks to everybody, and thanks again to this all you, the very venerable and precious speakers.
Thanks to you, Lama Lhündroup. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye. See you soon.
Bye.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
See you soon. Have a good night, a good evening.